Everyone. Good morning, everyone. Sorry about the delay. We wanted to make sure that everything was going to be doing in order with IT, so we're running a little bit behind. My name is Terrell Odom. I'm the director in the Office for Military Affiliated Communities here at the University of Chicago. I'd like to welcome you all to our second annual Veterans Symposium. This is an opportunity to discuss with our colleagues, partners, and fellow organizations on how best to remove barriers to access for the military affiliated student transitioning into higher education. Last year's symposium, we conducted a thorough research project to better understand these barriers and these challenges and how best that higher education can address them. We want to definitely say thanks to International House for hosting us again this year. And we'd also like to thank the Robert R. McCormick Foundation for their generous support in pursuing this inquiry into how best to support the military affiliated students on campuses. So without further delay, I want to move right into the first session, and I'd like to bring up OMAC's lead research associate, Dr. Erin Mcphee. Dr. Mcphee worked tirelessly with our lead research assistants and myself in putting together this research project, and I'll let her tell you a little bit more about it.
On for the clock. I have an hour, yeah? Okay. All right, good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us this morning. Thank you, Terrell, for the kind introduction. I'm going to be doing the first talk to present the findings from last year's assessment of the symposium, which happened online. It's nice to see people in multiple dimensions today. So some of you might have remembered that we sent around multiple emails asking for conversations following on the symposium last year. We did a baseline and an endline survey of the symposium participants, and then we also did 41 follow-up semi-structured interviews as part of a larger study to both assess the symposium itself and also military affiliated communities' transitions from active duty into higher education and also into civilian life more generally. So what I'll talk about very briefly, I'll just introduce the team and all of the supporting actors that there were in this effort. It was definitely a large group effort. The research design that we used, the primary findings, and then some of the policy and program recommendations and implications based on the analysis that we did of these findings. I'll say this now and I'll mention it throughout. This data is available for anybody that wants to use it in their programs. We're happy to share the data that's sort of part of the ethos of the research that we're doing at this center. So I would invite you to please contact me anytime or Terrell to talk more about this study. I'm happy to, and we're working on multiple papers coming out of this, one of which you'll hear about tomorrow from one of the research associates, Eric Snyder. So it's sort of an ongoing conversation in the center. So myself, Dr. Odom, and then Eric Snyder, who you'll hear from tomorrow. He's a research associate on the project. And we also have 5 other student veterans that participated in the data collection and analysis. Many of you may have been interviewed by them last year. And also, again, thanking the Robert McCormick Foundation for their generosity in supporting these efforts, and also in just having sort of regular conversations about these topics with us, as well as to the interview participants who withstood our pestering for survey completion and interview time. So thank you. So the purpose of this, is there a way to turn this on the laptop as well, or no? Okay, that's fine. Okay, so the purpose of this study was to improve the programming that we have, both as an institution at the University of Chicago, as well as sort of, industry's not quite the right word, but a cohort of professionals and policymakers and program designers who were interested in the well-being of our veteran community more broadly and the student veterans in particular. Also to look at what we feel is sort of an underrepresentation of the veteran population in R1 institutions. And I'm sure we'll maybe hear a little bit more about that in the next presentation. And also to improve the assessment infrastructures and capabilities for the programs that we spoke with. So this isn't just about making OMAC sort of better in terms of its programming, but it's about opening a broader conversation across all of the government agencies, the NGOs, the university programs that work on these issues to try and sort of calibrate a bit more across programs because there are so many resources available that we feel there's a really big opportunity for alignment and really taking advantage of partnerships and shared learning in this domain. To use sort of an evidence-based outcomes approach. I use that phrase loosely. It's growingly sort of a critiqued idea, but yes, this idea of generating sort of clear, comparable findings across contexts, and I'll actually talk a little bit more about that this afternoon. And then just to simply assess the effectiveness of, did we do what we set out to do last year in the 2020 Veteran Symposium? So the design is that we used, and I have all of the instruments at the end I'm not going to show you, but if you have questions, I'm happy to go into that, and we can do that in the Q&A. But we have baseline and endline participant surveys. We initially issued the surveys according to whether or not the participants in the symposium were sort of simply student veterans versus professionals or policymakers in this domain. We actually found in administering it that that was sort of a false division because so many of the people who are professionals in this domain are themselves military affiliated, the vast majority, frankly. So that was sort of an interesting learning that we had along the way. Second is, so my background, I probably should have opened with a little bit of this, is I'm a political anthropologist who also has a background in business and finance. So I do sort of think of things in the macro in terms of that, how sort of all the organizations and institutions and policies fit together. But I'm also constantly looking at how the individual embeds into a broader social, psychological, and communal context, and in this case, institutional as well. So we took what I'm calling an ecological approach to thinking about student veteran transitions from active duty to campus life by thinking about all of the individuals who sort of touch and interact with these people on a day-to-day basis. And that includes the university administrators, their family members, community members, and people that maybe professors, people that might not normally be considered when studying just a student veterans population in isolation. We used mixed methods, so quantitative data collection through the survey, as well as the qualitative data from the semi-structured interviews, and participant observation of all of the sessions in last year's symposium. Again, something of this scale was only made possible by the fact that this was a large team collaborating on this. And then the semi-structured interviews themselves, which I mentioned we originally divided between the administrators and the student veterans, but then realized that that was sort of a forced division in terms of the sample. So the surveys are on the supporting slides. Again, I'm happy to share all of this if anybody feels any of these instruments or interview protocols would be useful in their own organizations. They're yours, and I'll send the slides around afterwards too if we're doing something like that. Yeah. So that's the sort of nitty-gritty behind-the-scenes work of what happened to design the study and sort of get it rolling. The larger report that you received in the email leading up to this event has some more of the detail on how the data collection was conducted and the verification and robustness checks that we did, which you're welcome to look at. Just for sake of sanity, I won't go through all of that here. I will just give some sort of high-level demographic details of the communities that we interviewed. So first, these are the military-affiliated communities. There were 47 individuals who filled out this would be non-institutional people. These are 47 pre-symposium survey respondents and 22 we were able to get to fill out the post-symposium survey. There were 21 different universities represented. I will say a lot of the qualitative content was very heavily University of Chicago weighted. We were just able to get sort of a richer sample to do the interviews, but for the pre and post symposium surveys, we actually had a much broader swath of respondents. 47% female and 53% male. There are some other sort of notes in the larger report about this, but this is the breakdown of the different branches that were represented in the respondent pool, the various ages of the individuals, so this is a pretty nice distribution across all of these, and then the final rank attained in their service, and yeah, it's the right half is the sort of division there. And one of the findings that we had from this work has to do with the different forms of social capital that transitioning veterans have when they're enlisted versus officer. So that is something that Eric Snyder will be talking about tomorrow. And we actually think that was a pretty interesting finding from the study and hope to build that out a bit more into thinking about what it means for programs. So in terms of the university programming and the responses that individuals had on these interviews, we asked these participants in the symposium last year prior to the event what their awareness of was what their awareness was of the available support services for them on campus, so whatever campus they might be attending. The vast majority of them who had awareness of any support services did mention that the dedicated offices or centers, so like OMAC, for example, were the first and foremost what came to mind when they thought of what was available to support them. And then just sort of general campus wellness support, maybe not targeting the student veteran community, but just that it was available on campus if they needed it. And then some specific support services for veterans that might be thinking about what to do after graduation. And then followed by these other issues here, which each had between 1 to 2 mentions in the survey. So I think, what really comes out is pretty important in this is that when you have, got a little over pushy on the buttons there. So when you have dedicated campus spaces and staff and resources for veterans on campus, that really matters to them, and it's quite noticeable to that student population. So rather than having sort of veteran responsibilities tagged onto somebody's existing role, it actually makes a big difference for these individuals to have dedicated staff and centers for them on campus. Now that's obviously going to vary in terms of budgeting and space and things like that, but just having these dedicated resources rather than sort of an add-on consideration really matters for their experience in the transition to campus life. So some of the challenges, we also asked, what are some of the barriers to success that you felt, or some of the challenges that you've experienced during your transition from active duty to student life? They sort of fell into 3 categories. So the first is with the application process itself. The second is with the psychological and the social transition to campus life. And then the third sort of bucket of responses had to do with administrative and technical challenges. And I suspect from the prevalence of responses that we had, that none of these are particularly surprising to any of you in the audience today in terms of some of the challenges that are sometimes faced. So the application process, I think, is sort of illustrated in part by this quote above, which was from one of the student respondents, which is that the biggest challenge was finding the appropriate resources to help transition into a rigorous academic environment. So there's sort of 2 pieces there. One is, how do I apply? Where do I apply? Could I even make it there, right? Which will come up later. And then the second is, okay, well, great, I've gotten in, but how on earth do I begin this journey, right? So those are some of the particular challenges that came. But the application process was particularly interesting because it did come up so much as a challenge, which sort of supports the notion, or the sort of one of the recommendations that we have is that student veteran transition support programs and policies really need to extend back into active duty. Because it's in those moments when somebody's figuring out what to do next in their career that it can really make a difference to really feel like you have the scaffolding that you need to make the decision to go into higher education if that's something that you want to do. So it sort of extends the timeline of transition support back into service. Then the psychosocial transition to campus life. There are some issues with the socioeconomic background that some of the respondents perceived. Perhaps I am of one group and I am now find myself in another and I'm uncomfortable. I'm not sure how to make friends in this particular group, or I feel very alienated or isolated specifically because of my socioeconomic status. Stigma, either experienced or perceived stigma against the veteran community. I had a friend of mine who was here, former Green Beret, tell me that he felt like he couldn't wear his baseball hat with an American flag on campus because the students would sort of look at him strangely. So those sorts of stigma, and then obviously there are some other prevailing myths about veterans that might warrant addressing through programming. Distinct set of life experiences, so finding yourself sort of in a classroom with people who are far younger than you, who've maybe just lived entirely different lives and had a different set of experiences, makes it tough to relate when you're talking about any kind of disparity in that regard. Certainly the military experience can exacerbate those kinds of divides, and then just general, and the age ties into that, and then general coping and mental health concerns that they might have. Other challenges that were made have to do with the administrative and technical challenges. So these sort of come into play in 2 regards. The first is figuring out what's out there and how I may or may not qualify for it, because there are a lot of services out there. And there are a lot of services that people don't know about. So first is getting people connected to what are the best benefits and options for them. And then the second is, okay, well, how do I navigate all of these bureaucracies? And, just the university bureaucracies, VA, all of it is just one layer on top of the other, and it's labyrinthine. It's so difficult to get through. Some support in that regard is also very much appreciated by these individuals. And then funding shortfalls is also a particular concern, especially when you're talking about our private institutions. Okay, so not all doom and gloom. So some of the, okay, nobody move. So these are some of the support strategies that the respondents named that actually help to facilitate what they felt were the more successful elements of their transition experience. And I, again, have sort of categorized these into 3 buckets. One is more at the individual level. So people that spoke to being able to really thrive in their university settings really seem to talk a lot about personal initiative. So again, really having to fight the good fight to get through those bureaucracies, or really digging in to figure out what services could support them. Active networking, mentor seeking. If mentors are not made available, which they sometimes are through associations, affinity groups, often not though. And that's also something that Eric will talk about tomorrow in the social capital component. So really seeking out mentors, being proactive among your peers, and also just relationship building, maybe not just within the veteran population that is sort of a little bit more comfortable on campus, but actually outside of that as well. The next is mentorship, so either offering it to others or receiving it from other senior students or professionals. And then finally, membership, so looking at these peer association cohorts, veteran advocacy groups, Student Veterans Association, for example, would be one of those. So membership into groups, these all sort of facilitated the transition experience for people, made it less alienating and more feasible in a lot of different axes. So that's the military affiliated community. Now for the administrators, so this is again because we did find that so many of the people that work in this are also themselves veterans. We did include the last rank attained there, and also the various branches of military that were represented in the sample. That includes both active and reserves. We had 20 administrators complete the pre-symposium survey, and 3 of them complete the post-symposium survey. 17 different institutions were represented in the sample set, and it was 50-50 male and female respondents. Very gently. Okay. So in terms of how to effectively recruit former service members to institutions of higher education, again, I don't know if I just have buckets in my brain or that's just, I did find that the categories fell into sort of these 2 buckets. One are the formal structural supports for them, and the other are the informal social supports that these administrators have found most productive for facilitating transitions and for recruiting individuals. So the structural, I'll just sort of run through quite quickly. The ROTC, specific veteran outreach strategies. So again, not tacking on, vets to somebody else's outreach program, but actually developing a dedicated sort of bespoke approach to recruiting veterans into the institution. GPS, which was formerly TAP, and then population-specific funding opportunities that actually exceed the GI Bill, although even with the GI Bill, there's still sort of incomplete understanding about what by some of the individuals about what's available to them in terms of options. And then the institutional affiliations that the university has with other student veterans associations outside of it. And also dependents and family members came up a lot as sort of a concern that is maybe not unique to the student veteran community, but certainly very salient. There are other non-traditional student populations, of course, that have this concern. Then the social informal means for recruiting veterans to higher education. Institutions have to do with the student organization. So for example, we have a Booth Veteran Student Organization, building a reputation as an institution that is veteran friendly. There's a lot of word of mouth going on in terms of recommending institutions and places to live and things in the community. So that's important to develop a good reputation among them. That gets to the next point. And then potentially fostering communities of practice, again, cross-sector communities, across NGOs and the public sector and the university institutions and maybe private sector philanthropic initiatives to really get the word out and build that infrastructure that can channel veterans who are thinking about going into higher education into those roles. So this was one of the main issues that came up in terms of perceived barriers to inclusion. There are a couple other ones that I've sort of alluded to previously, but the main one is really imposter syndrome, and I think that this is something that might be worth thinking about in our time together today and tomorrow, because it's a lot more sort of nebulous than some of the other more concrete things like just budgets. You know, you can look at a budget and see, do we have enough or not, but it's hard to say, you know, are we creating a culture that is, you know, conducive to somebody feeling like they belong to this institution, or are we living and are we existing in a culture that's actually quite exclusionary to certain populations? And part of that is imposter syndrome. So really people not believing that they were going to be capable of performing well at a particular level of institution was something that came up almost universally in these interviews. So that's something I think that's worth thinking about together to see if we can address that. Some of that has to do with some of the stuff I've mentioned, like socioeconomic class, maybe financial barriers, maybe experience, and just that belief in oneself, that's from an admissions professional there. And then, okay, so recommendations. So based on sort of what I've presented so far and the rest of the content in the report that's obviously there if you want to take a look at it, definitely recommending taking an ecological approach at your institutional level to think about you know, how the student veteran embeds in his or her broader context, and what role do all of these other individuals have to play in that context. For example, there was some of the work that we were reading to prepare for this talked about the professors and how the professors are or are not maybe aware of the student veteran population that are in their classes, how they may engage with them, and how they might consider their classroom design and pedagogical approaches with that in mind. The other is, you know, ensuring well-equipped, dedicated on-campus staff. Again, that's going to this isn't just every campus should have, you know, a multi-million-dollar endowed center. Would be great. Definitely not opposed to that. But we live, you know, in a world with constrained resources. So whatever is possible at your campus level, try to dedicate and signal to the population that these are resources that have been dedicated to you and your success. A focus on wellness, so this is psychological, social, familial, dependence, financial, so just all of those axes of wellness. Also identifying, match, and creating financial support opportunities for veterans, again, to fill any gaps that either Yellow Ribbon or GI Bill programs don't cover completely, to make it more possible and attainable for some populations. And then this is my recommendation, yeah. So to formally establish a nationwide community of practice who's interested in measuring and evaluating these programs and efforts that are going into it, to sort of increase the efficiency of the resources that we have to bring to bear in order to support these individuals. And then to actually tailor the recruitment and support strategies to military histories. And what I mean by that is, Eric will get into this in greater detail tomorrow, but we did find a big difference between both different branches have different orientations towards higher education trajectories. Certainly and then, you know, different, the officer enlisted sort of divide seemed to manifest quite clearly in the data that we collected. So actually, just thinking of veterans, not as you all know, you know, but this is for the sort of program designers, that veterans are not a homogenous community, and that the needs are very different, the experiences have been very different, and just to sort of bear that in mind when you're designing support strategies for them in these contexts. That's my email. Please direct all complaints to Terrell. And you can send any positive comments to that email. And yeah, so if anybody has any questions, I'm happy to take them now.
Should we go to the mic? Yeah, that'd be great because we have people online. Hi, Erin. That was a great presentation. A question, how many of the student veterans who were involved in the research or in the survey, how many had families or were they generally single?
I don't know the exact number of the number that had families, but the ones I believe most of them they did not have dependents
They did not.
that participated in this survey. I know there are veterans on campus that do have dependents, but I believe most of the participants, I can't think of any that had dependents offhand.
Okay.
Yeah.
Colonel, I'll add an additional response to your question. That did not count the military-affiliated persons who were also administrators and also students at the same time. So a fair amount of those, about 50% of them actually had dependents, but not the student veterans.
Yeah, I was speaking of just the students.
Hi.
Hi, good morning.
Thank you so much for that. That was wonderful. Did you do any data collection or research on the difference of those transitioning from special operations units versus big army, essentially, or big military?
Yeah, we had originally included a couple of psychosocial belonging scales and sense of well-being with that in mind, but actually we piloted the surveys, and a few of the former SOF members had suggested that we actually just open it up for this first round. But it did come back that in future iterations, we do plan on distinguishing between both former combat, and then former SOF
Okay,
folks.
great.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Good morning. Thanks so much.
Thank
Can you, the imposter syndrome sounds kind of rich. Do you have any narrative examples? University of Chicago imposter, veteran imposter, military imposter?
Yeah, thank you. So certainly regarding the imposter syndrome, every interview I believe that I read with current students spoke to that at some point, and it manifests in different ways over the life of the transition. And I'm almost hesitant to call it sort of a transition because it's more of an evolution, right? Because there is no beginning and end. There are these constant sort of growth stages or evolutionary stages in the professional lives, education and professional lives that, all relate to service. But yeah, so first there would be the issue of, whether or not I belong in a university at all. Certainly one individual expressed, sorry, I'm sort of pausing, I'm trying to remain as neutral in my wording. One individual expressed thinking that, if I had been smart enough, I would have gone to university in the first place. So just the fact that I was in the military sort of made me think that maybe university wasn't the place for me. And I'm not here saying everyone should go to a university, but I'm here for those that want to go, So he wanted to, and he really doubted whether he could. And if he even belonged there because he'd just been in the military. I mean, that alone was enough reason to doubt his efficacy in like a campus environment. So there was that bit to get over. And that took him a couple years to really get up to applying to a university. And then there's this sense of, okay, well now I'm at the University of Chicago, which, has a very particular campus culture that it can certainly generate a sense of imposter syndrome fairly simply or fairly easily. And I'm an alumni of this institution, and I certainly experienced that profoundly here. So there's being at these sort of hyper-competitive institutions, and that has a lot to do with the broader institutional culture, but certainly there's the opportunity for center directors and for student cohorts to build sort of a microcosm subculture that facilitates this transition into it. And also naming it. I think that imposter syndrome as a phrase is something that's come out a lot more in recent years. So being able to label it is also helpful rather than just sort of experiencing the doubt of self and whether one belongs or not. So I'm not sure if that's what exactly you were sort of getting at, but that's some of the examples that came up.
Hi there, Erin. Thanks. That was a really good presentation. Just a couple of notes.
Please.
Not to contradict anything that's up there, but just to elaborate, because this small
Please, yeah.
population, because we've been talking about this for many, many years. Some of us have been talking about this for a really long time. And I don't know who all's listening online, so it could be a broader conversation. I mean, transition is a thing, but I think we turned that into a really large thing without a lot of evidence 10 or 12 years ago. And it's very possible that getting to the end is more the goal of focus rather than just the transition, which really happens on the front end. Not that we should ignore the transition, but academic support focus in a way of moving towards graduation may be the direction. And again, you know, your data is what your data is. Something that keeps coming up over and over again is this notion about the center. I'm all for centers, right? Because it's a safe space, it's a place where you can go decompress. But I'm not aware of any evidence that the center makes any difference in success. And so to push organizations that have limited space, limited budget, to think that they have to get a space in order to make veterans successful, we want to be careful to show both sides of that. Wellness, amen, sister. And then the other thing to consider, I like the recommendation that you inserted yourself about a nationwide research collaborative or something like that. Good luck, by the way. But I would say no to an international one, and here's why. Different cultures from different worlds are going to treat and respond and work with veteran cultures differently, so it probably just needs to be an American thing if we can get it off the ground. And when you do, call me, I'll be there.
Wait, you're not going to join now? Because I really needed you on this one. Yes, so thank you so much for those comments. And also, if other people just have things to add, like I'm fine with the question. That's another question. Yeah, no, I really appreciate those comments, and I very much value the work and hope to contribute to the conversations that have already been happening in the field. I think the measurement and evaluation component is the sort of national community thinking about that is a little bit too. I mean, I think in a lot of fields, there's just a lot of waste happening, and again, this is an area that's pretty constrained in terms of resources in most institutions, right? So what you're saying, not every institution could or ought to even have a center. So I think just trying to develop some sort of shared comparable system of measurement and evaluation that can be used with multiple donors, that can be used with multiple kinds of programming, I think could build in a lot of efficiencies for a task that sort of isn't like the fun part of doing the services, right? You want to do the services, support the people, offer the outreach, do the events. You don't want to like sit in the back and write reports about it after, which is a very, sort of quiet thing that I've ended up doing a lot of that didn't plan on doing. But yeah, so I think that's sort of the vision behind having these national conversations about measurement, is to build in efficiencies and then also to share data, because I think that a lot of organizations and people and researchers have done a lot of really great work that could be doing a lot more good than it actually is. So let's sort of use what's out there rather than reinventing the wheel. So that is, I appreciate that comment as well. And yeah, with regards to the center, I think you did catch me on, I think, poor wording on my part. I think there's a content and a signaling component to it, right? So I think the content is having some kind of dedicated resources of whatever the capacity of the institution is to have. The signaling component is, as an institution or an organization, we have created this individual, this role, this physical space, or this institutional space to think about you as a student veteran community alone, and not just, we have this HR person who now has to do like GI Bill stuff, but it's just a sub part of her other major real role. So, instead having, actually signaling to the student veteran population that there is, in whatever capacity, dedicated thought happening at an institutional level to their needs as well. So yeah, I appreciate that comment too. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm very loud. Thank you. Dr. Mcphee, thank you so much for that. I wanted to ask a question. If we think about student veterans, in the context of their transition, I often think about student veterans are in extended transition. If we consider how important, particularly for junior enlisted, how important civilian employment is as an outcome. And so I'll submit that for student veterans, I think that the outcome is not the degree attainment. I think that the outcome is the employment outcomes. And so for those that are in extended transition, I'm curious, did your research have any insight to offer around the role of career readiness toward the employment outcome?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. Thank you. And Matt, I don't want to put you on the spot, but if you have a comment on the employment outcome thing, I will invite you to join too, because we've had conversations about this as well. Thank you. And I think this ties into another point that you made that I forgot to sort of highlight, which I also found to be very important as well, which is the end point, right? So not just getting them in, but keeping them, and even maybe past like that post-undergrad experience, what's going to be, and then also employment as well. I think that, and what I suspect Matthew might be chiming in on is that, yes, employment is very important, and that is a preoccupation, and that's something that will come up in the conversation tomorrow with Eric with regards to the different way that, especially the enlisted, the different nature of the challenges that they faced versus, let's say, the officer community and finding that employment. But yes, that is very much the preoccupation and the focus of it. I think the research that we did and maybe some other comments might suggest that that's also part of a larger sort of picture of how we might evaluate success in this particular context. But it is certainly on the minds of people getting ready to graduate.
I don't know how many folks here went through the college I did. It ain't easy, right? It's actually a pretty robust transition all by itself, even if you're not coming from the military. If you haven't had 5 or 10 or 15 years since your last, like, say, calculus class, something like that you have to do, a language class. So, I mean, I'm thinking about our timeline here. I'm not sure how close we are to veterans' transition to employment, but probably offline is a better place to have conversations about the motto of the university, and that's usually focused a bit more on, teaching people to think. There's some pretty unique things about the university that I think would be particularly challenging and used to be self-selecting. So I guess that's a conversation to have. But the other piece is that, the Honor Foundation, I believe, is here. I actually went through that too. There are multiple layers of the transition, right? Multiple versions of identity, that you could be an imposter, multiple versions of what skills you do or don't have, like sort of restarting a college education. I don't know if are we far enough along to have those kinds of conversations about what happens after. My presumption would be just about anybody that graduated from the college would do just fine getting a job. I think perhaps another way to look at it is, you could probably just go get a contract job for quite a bit of money. What's different about coming here and being educated? What are you not being an imposter in? After you've done all this work.
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate you doing some of the work for me. Yeah, and I think even this idea of thinking about what are the success metrics for that particular individual, right? Is the goal, I never thought I could get a degree, and here I am getting a degree, and, I'll figure the next step out? Or is the goal, like, I need to get into BCG, and this is just the next step of doing that, and my buddies came here, so I came here, so then I'm going, so I think, yeah, again, that's going to differ a lot based on the population group coming in.
I guess kind of where I am, though, is probably more on the front end and thinking about what are the unique transition questions. I realize, again, we're just sort of getting the data analysis plan together and thinking about some of these things, but I've talked to multiple, kind of CEOs and companies on the West Coast in Chicago where they say they'll seek out military people, but they'll also, like, create their own program internal because they're not going to be ready to do the corporate culture right away. They're not going to be ready to perform. I don't see why this would be any different, but at the same time, it is.
Yeah.
A well-phrased, eloquent question for you. See if you can make any sense of that one.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks so much, Matt. Yeah, I think also the private sector, just so I work on, so I'll make 2 sort of comments. One is, in terms of the transition, so I am not a veteran, so clear, my father is a Vietnam-era veteran, but I work with people who have experienced wartime violence in a variety of different contexts. And so in order to do that work, for my graduate program, I went and I lived in a low-intensity conflict zone in the Amazonian region of Colombia for 15 months. And I found it easier to learn a second language and go to that zone, than I did to participate in my first graduate anthropology course at the University of Chicago in my maternal language. There's the culture shock of coming to an institution like this is so deep, and it's meant to really make you feel like you don't belong. And I don't think that's unique, to this university. I think there's a lot about the higher education experience that's sort of set up like that. So I think the transition is jarring, just to begin with. And then the second point I will say is that I found in some of the work that I've done with reintegrating populations in other areas around the world that what can be really important are private sector partnerships. So what Matthew just mentioned are, companies that say, we actually want to work with this population specifically, right? But there are some particularities to onboarding this population group that we need to consider, and we'll do it. But having that entire pipeline, it's sort of, complete vertical integration from when they're still in active duty to a seat in a chair in a job, or maybe something, not in a chair, but out in the world. But, I think that if you can get that whole pipeline built, that has met with success in a lot of different settings under, with some degree of comparability in terms of the population group. So if that's helpful, the private sector partnerships. Good, all right. Thank you, everyone, so much for your time and for sharing your thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. McPhee, and thank you, everybody, for the targeted questions to expand this dialogue. It's really helpful for me, as a veteran who's been doing this for quite some time, to broaden my thinking to support our students and staff and faculty here at the university. Next up, I'd like to bring the chairman of the Ivy League Veterans Council. I met this group in 2019, I think it was, 2019, we were at Stanford, and I was so excited by the work that mostly Marines were doing with the underrepresentation for student veterans in colleges at the elite institutions. I was blown away by the work. University of Chicago became inducted as a member of the Ivy League Veterans Council in 20 at Dartmouth University. But again, specifically these enlisted veterans who were working with the elite institutions to make a bigger push to support, recruit, and retain undergraduate student veterans. So Alvaro Morales is the chairman of the Ivy League Veterans Council, served 5 years in the United States Marine Corps. I'd like him to join us now.
So good morning, everyone. Thanks for the introduction. So as was said, my name is Alvaro Morales, serve as chairman of the Ivy League Veterans Council, and my goal here today is simple. It's just to bring awareness to the existence of our organization so that I can bring more value to our members. So I'll go over who we are, what our mission is, what we have in store for the future, and I'll end by telling a little bit about my story and why I believe in this organization so much. So what is ILVC? The Ivy League's Veterans Council is a student-run nonprofit organization that was founded by Peter Kiernan in 2015. So Peter was a student at the University of Columbia when he noted that there was an underrepresentation of U.S. enlisted veterans to other schools. So he decided to take action and formed a nonprofit to gather those students across those few schools. Today, ILVC has over 12 chapters at elite academic institutions, and those institutions include Princeton, Stanford, Yale, Harvard, University of Pennsylvania, University of Chicago, Dartmouth, Brown, Cornell, College of William & Mary, University of Virginia, and Columbia. Together, ILVC represents over 500 U.S. enlisted veterans. However, it is important to note that 3/5 of that number comes from Columbia. So our organization is split into 3 boards: a board of directors, an executive board, and an alumni advisory board. The board of directors is made up of 12 students, 1 student from each of our chapters, with myself serving as the chairman of that board. We're in charge of overseeing the mission. The executive board, who's in charge of the daily operations of our organization, is led by President Kayla Romer. He's class of 23 from Princeton. And last but not least, we have an alumni advisory board, which focuses on our alumni relations. And that board is led by Samuel Fendler, class of 21 from Princeton. So what is our mission? Our mission as an organization is to serve as the town square for student veterans at elite academic institutions. We exist to provide a platform for the coordination and the collective action of enlisted veterans across time and space that aim to address issues affecting our chapters. How do we accomplish this? Our organization creates a centralized channel that enables and readily facilitates the transfer of information through council meetings. We currently hold 2 council meetings a year, one in the fall, one in the spring, hosted by one of our chapter schools. During each meeting, directors present a summary of key facets affecting their student veteran population. For example, this could be covering a housing policy or a financial aid policy. Moreover, the meetings not only allow for the attendance of student veterans across schools, but they enable administrators and faculty from each of our chapters to listen and to learn from veterans across competing institutions. Because we're not directly affiliated with any one institution, our directors are empowered to intelligently but clearly state the factors that are detrimental to their student veteran populations. So our organization has 3 explicit goals. Our goal number 1 is to aid in the increase of enrolled veterans at our chapter schools, and this is done through sharing of policies across institutions. Goal number 2 is to create and provide a productive veteran community. This is done by fostering relationships at our council meetings and encouraging the network between veterans, between our institutions. Goal number 3 is to leverage the created network for the post-graduation success of our members, and this is primarily done by collaborating with our alumni. So, our organization, however, is not well known outside the student veteran community, which takes away from the value that we can provide our members. So in order to bring awareness to our organization and to help guide the conversation of the underrepresentation of enlisted veterans at elite academic institutions, in this spring we'll be releasing our first annual report that will highlight both the good and the bad from the institutions our chapters represent. This report will be made widely available and accessible through our website. So one thing our organization values as vital is the ability to give back. Last fall, we hosted our first Run Walk fundraiser. 11 universities were represented, 30 total runners accumulating over 400 miles, raising over $40,000 to Semper Fi and America's Fund. We will be hosting our next Run Walk fundraiser on November 14th, again with 100% of those donations going to Semper Fi and America's Fund. But as I said when I started, I want to end by telling a little bit about myself and contextualizing why our organization matters. More specifically, I want to speak on the topic of legacy. In 2018, Princeton made a conscious decision to reinstate their transfer program. It was a conscious decision to include the voices of enlisted veterans, to include my voice. It was a decision that forever intertwined Princeton's legacy with the legacy of admitted veterans, with my legacy. But what is legacy? Legacy is neither solely active nor passive. It is shaped by the decisions we actively pursue and by those we passively ignore. In the 80s, my parents immigrated to the United States, each seeking different things for different reasons. Shortly after they got married, my mother gave birth to me. I grew up in a stable household of 4, a father, a mother, myself, and a younger brother. Being the oldest and the first of my family to be born in the United States unwittingly places certain expectations on your life. But more interestingly, a question that inevitably arises is, what does it mean to be American? Fast forward to 2008, a time where America and the world was greatly affected by the financial crisis. Millions of Americans felt the effects of the recession, to include my family. So my parents, rather than focus on who was to blame, sought to ease our consumption by taking on a second job. They found work cleaning a bank. A bit ironic, if you ask me. At the center of the crisis was the financial institutions, but there they were, finding a solution to their problem within the cause of the issue. After soccer practice, I would head to the bank and help my parents clean the building by collecting trash and vacuuming where needed. But there was a certain floor that I enjoyed going to the most, and it was the executive floor. On occasions, the CEO and other high-level directors would be working late into the night, and I would have conversations about their work. When they weren't in their office, at times I would find myself pausing as I collected the trash to think about what it would be like to be in their positions. I guess some would call that the American dream. Fast forward to 2012, shortly after graduating high school, I found myself in San Diego at boot camp for the United States Marine Corps. Against the advice of my parents, who stressed the importance of education, even after the advice of my father, who had served in the Guatemalan military, I actively decided to forego the traditional path of going to college to become the first in my family to serve in the United States military. I served as a corrections officer. Every day I was surrounded by individuals whose mistakes now took center stage in their lives. And it made for a difficult work atmosphere, but I came to appreciate it after having the opportunity to volunteer for military funeral honors. I attended many funerals and heard an array of eulogies. Unlike the prisoners I was in charge over, those who I helped bury no longer had the ability to make choices. Their decisions were set in stone because their lives had completed their course. Fast forward to 2018, I transferred to Princeton after becoming the first in my family to attend a university. I've learned so much since enrolling at Princeton. Some things, however, have surprised me. I've learned that this generation of students is informed that they interact in a system actively working against them, that the color of their skin will dictate their future, that the amount of money in their bank account will limit their capabilities. Perhaps one of these is true, perhaps all of them are true, or perhaps none of them are true. What I can say is that to let others dictate your fate is to let others define you. What this generation is doing is creating mental prisoners, students who are held captive by dogmatic ideology rather than by fact, creating society led by emotion rather than guided by reason. The sad part is that often prisoners feel they no longer can enact change. Every waking day, however, is an opportunity to choose a new path, to learn from our failures, and to push society forward. The tragedy in all of this is that those choices are often difficult and often ignored until our paths come to an end, where we no longer play an active role in history, but rather a passive role through the impact we leave behind, if any. Fast forward to the summer of 2021, or this past summer, I interned in the financial institutions group at Morgan Stanley. During one of those late nights, the janitor walked in and began cleaning. After we spoke, I quickly thought about the conversations I had as a teenager with the directors of the bank whose trash I would collect. As I sat in the building in New York City, I realized that I'm living proof that the categories society attempts to box you in, while sometimes important, do not have to dictate your future. Although we're unable to decide what family or socioeconomic status we're born into, what race we're born as, the beauty in America is that we can choose to supersede the hands of cards that are dealt upon birth. This still leaves the question that I was faced with growing up. What does it mean to be American? I've met some students who are ashamed of America, and as a result, ashamed to be American. To that, I say that no one's history is perfect because no one is perfect. Our nation's soul is nourished by imperfect humans, meaning there will always be a room for improvement. But more importantly, I believe the answer to what it means to be American can be found at the very beginning of our foundation, in the creation of our values, those being out of many one, liberty, and in God we trust. Those of us who enlist in the United States military take an oath to protect the Constitution, and by doing so are taking an oath to protect the ability to be an American. We have decided, if called upon, to sacrifice our life for the continuation of this democratic nation. Freedom often requires payment, and sometimes it's paid in blood. The truth is that everything comes at a cost. Through this organization, I've met many bright and talented individuals who have bared witness to the cost of war. All veterans have made sacrifices, some more than others, but it's safe to say that veterans provide a unique experience, an experience that can only be replicated by those who've lived it. To exclude them from elite universities who act as gatekeepers to important societal and economic institutions is a disservice not to the veteran, but rather to every other American who has chosen a different path. To exclude the veteran is to exclude every other American from experiencing and understanding the cost of our nation, which inevitably turns to ungratifying worth. I have no doubt that the student veterans I've met through our chapters will go on to become world leaders, titans, creators, and disruptors of industries that will improve our society. This is why our organization matters. In 2015, when Peter founded ILVC, I was probably supervising prisoners or probably cleaning a toilet in the Marine Corps. But little did he know that 6 years later, someone from my background would have the opportunity to lead this organization and speak at today's event. So I finish with this. When we're finally called to hang our jerseys up for the last time, will the plays we made on the field of life continue to impact those still playing and those who are still yet to arrive? Because that is legacy. So then, what will our legacy be? Thank you.
I want to first say thanks, Alvaro, for that. And I'm pretty sure most of the administrators in the room who have spent countless years working with veterans, it reminds you of why you continue to do this job. So thank you for that, Morales. If you could, I would like for you to talk a little bit more, I have a question, I should say, about the Rhetoric to Action white paper that was created years ago with the Ivy League Veteran Council. If you could talk about some of the challenges that were there, that were present when that first document was created. I think Mike was the one who wrote it, right?
Yeah, well, it was in addition to Peter's.
Yep.
Peter, yeah.
If you could talk a little bit about that, some of the challenges that were faced inside of the elite institutions about recruiting student veterans.
Yeah, so look, each institution has different policies that guide their recruitment, right? So the initial problem was that there was very few of us and we were uncoordinated. So the idea was, let's build a centralized location or a centralized organization that can bring all of us together and unify our voice. So by doing that, Peter created ILVC. So, but some of the, to answer your point, some of the main challenges, right, is that veterans who are transitioning don't know that we exist at these schools. For example, in 2017, Princeton had 2 enlisted veterans. The year I transferred in 2018 was the first year they reinstated the transfer program, and they started at 9 of us matriculated. Now, I think one of the difficult things is it's one thing to have an administrator and faculty member come tell you as a veteran or an active duty person, like, hey, we want you, right? You can perform at our school, you know, please apply. And it's another thing to have someone who was in your shoes, who comes from the same background as you, who's shared experiences with you that no one else has shared and been like, hey, we're here and you can do this. And I think that's something that the ILVC is trying to actively do. But.
Thank you, Morales.
So my question to you is, and if this doesn't apply, that's fine. You can tell me to go sit down and go away. Was there a moment in your academic journey where the light bulb clicked on for you and you were like, yeah, I can do this? And can you describe who was involved in that or what that moment was like?
I think for me, actually happened before matriculating into Princeton. And so I participated in the Warrior Scholar Project. So I spent a week at Notre Dame. And, I hadn't been in the classroom since I graduated high school in 2012. And it was a week of, intensive, rigorous academic, really focused on writing. And you're there with professors who are, actually teaching real courses to real students. And I think that program was really instrumental in saying, like, hey, I can do this. For me specifically, I've always performed well in school, so I joined the United States Marine Corps knowing that I wanted to go to school afterwards, which isn't the case for some of the other veterans who I've met, and everyone creates their own path. So I guess the answer is yes and no, but no.
So going off of what he just asked, was there ever a point in your transition where you weighed directly going into employment versus, I know you just mentioned that your path ahead was school and education and an institute of some kind, but did you ever weigh your options of whether or not you would go directly into the employment field and bypass school, or why did you choose education specifically?
So for me, when I was serving as a corrections officer, there's two things that you can work on in the corrections field in the Marine Corps, right? It's providing security and supervising the prisoners and maintaining safety of the facility, and the other one is on the administration side. So I actually had the opportunity to work on the administration side for a year or two, and I was working for a civilian who was an accountant. And he kind of introduced me to the world of finance, something that I wasn't really exposed to growing up. And he had gotten his bachelor's, and it was kind of through that connection and mentorship that I was like, I know I want to go to school, now I know what I want to go to school for. And so for me, that decision wasn't one that heavily weighed on me, because I knew I needed to go to college before I can enter into the career that I wanted to choose.
Well, thank you for sharing your story. That was very, very inspiring. In your experience, I don't know how much interaction you've had with student veterans from other institutions, kind of outside of kind of the focus for your program. But are there significant differences between what a student veteran may be experiencing at an Ivy League university as opposed to a non-Ivy League university? Kind of what are some of the similarities, and importantly, what are some of those differences or challenges that may be different?
Yeah, so I think, to use a reference point, it's like when you enter the military, you enter an established community. So, you don't know necessarily what's going to be expected, but there's others to guide you. So at the elite academic institutions, we're fairly new, so there is no established community. We're the first ones there, so we have to create and foster that community. So there's a couple of issues that arise with not having community, right? You're kind of the first one who has to figure out, what classes can I take, what's the culture like here? Like, what's acceptable, what's not acceptable? Obviously, we're grown adult, we're mature adults, and we kind of, have the abilities to guide those decisions. But nonetheless, having the community there, once you get there, to guide you and to lead you, is something that's been missing from, let's say, University of Texas at Austin, who has 400 veterans, right? They have an established veteran community. You show up, 100 veterans, hey, welcome to the University of Texas at Austin. If you're this major, here's another veteran who's majoring in econ, who's working at the company you want to work at. I think that's the biggest one, if I had to choose one.
I just want to reiterate, thanks so much for sharing your story. It's incredibly inspiring, and appreciate being able to hear that. I'm just sort of curious. I've met a lot of people. I have a lot of friends that are really sort of in this. It's a very sort of prolonged space after leaving the military, and just sort of can't. There's just this sense of like, I don't know what to do. I feel like I can't do anything next. I can't go to school, or I don't think I would be successful in that, or trying something, and just sort of in this, I don't know what to do next, but it lasts for many years sometimes. And I guess my question to you would be, what would you say to them? And maybe, and also, not that everyone has to go to a higher education institution, but what might that provide specifically in terms of support for finding that next step in their pathway, if that makes sense?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Look, I think I would start with telling that individual that to take some time to sit down and figure out who they are, what it is they're good at, what it is they're not good at. Not necessarily figure out what their passion is, but just to get a good sense of who they are, right? Because I think if you don't know who you are when you embark on a journey, you might lose that and never recover that. So, and in knowing who you are, right, you can look at all the options that are there and begin to kind of narrow those things down. Look, college isn't for everybody. There are great programs that are available, great certificates to go get as a veteran, right? Or even making military careers an option. I would say to reach out to individuals, right? You don't have to make this decision by yourself. If you're interested in a certain field or going to college, take the initiative and reach out to that person and say, hey, I served, you served. Can you take 5 minutes? Are you willing to sit down with me for 5 minutes on a phone call, on FaceTime, et cetera? And more than likely, that person will pick up that call or answer your email.
Sorry, I'm a repeat offender here. So, no, that was a great question, and I think your point was pretty important, and I don't want to lose that. That idea of establishing a separate identity. I always like to tell veterans, be proud of your service, but your service doesn't necessarily define you for the rest of your life. I was sharing this earlier that a lot of times when I introduce myself, I'll drop. I'm retired. I've been retired for 2.5 years. I'll drop my rank, and that is a deliberate decision to do that, because while again I'm proud of my service, I don't necessarily need that to define who I am and my identity. So your comments about you got to know who you are and embrace that, I think is important. I think a lot of folks, veterans, sometimes struggle with that. And I always tell veterans, share your story with people, but also understand that as you leave the service, you're starting a new chapter, and that while your service will help you along that pathway, it's not going to necessarily define you. So I don't really have a question, more of a comment, because I thought your point about that idea of knowing who you are was incredibly important. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Morales, and thank you, Colonel Whitehurst, for those comments. I think we all in here can agree with you, again, that your service does not define who you are after the fact. And I love that part about bringing up the stories and experiences, because this next speaker who's going to come up, and Matt, where are you? Okay, I can see you. So I'll be checking Matt for tears, because I cried the last time I heard the story. A big part of transitioning from service to higher education, to the workforce, to becoming a civilian, and even after, of course, is your family. So the Elizabeth Dole Foundation's Hidden Hero Initiatives is a big part of helping those service members and veterans and their families transition. And I'd like to bring up Ms. Teresa Coomer to share her experiences of being a caregiver, which, again, hidden heroes are those hidden figures that ensure that these service members and veterans who do transition with service-connected injuries have the support that they need to fully reintegrate into society, higher education, et cetera. So, Teresa, if you would.
Good afternoon, or good morning still. I want to thank the university for providing such important conversations such as this, because something that we've all touched on already is that support that is needed for veterans, and it is a team that does it. It's not just one person, it's not just one organization. It is a variety of organizations that come together that support veterans through difficult transitions that can provide changes in their life. So I just wanted to say thank you for having this conversation. My brain was going ping, 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 ping as you guys were saying things as things that we have experienced in our own lives. I am Teresa Coomer. I am the caregiver for my partner. I am also the Alumni Illinois Fellow for the Elizabeth Dole Foundation. I'm going to give you a little overview of the Elizabeth Dole Foundation, a little bit of our story, how the Elizabeth Dole Foundation has helped, and then I would like to, that's not in my presentation, but because of what we've been talking about, kind of bring up some things that we have actually experienced education-wise. Do I control it? Yes. So I met my partner in 2008 after he had already separated from the military. I was born and raised in the suburbs of Illinois, just outside of O'Hare Airport. I actually went out to Arizona on a whim as a teacher, and that's where I met him. He served in Samarra, Iraq, where he sustained injuries from a tank, from driving his tank. He had both physical and severe mental injuries from war. Most of the injuries are not something that you can see. Looking at him, you would just see that he is kind of a normal dude. So he presents very normal to the outside world, but in our world, in our private world, it's a very different story. His wounds have led to years of strife that included a heroin addiction, multiple suicide attempts, long stays in psych wards, and a bout of homelessness. Through years of support, finding the right medical teams, which is not always easy, and they do change, and a whole lot of love, we have come to a place that we call our new normal. In 2013, Marcus and I got married, and after many, many years of trying, in 2018, we became the parents to our son, and 2 years later, we had our little baby girl. We still continue working through his heavy heart days. It is something that it's an ever-present part of our lives. I try my best to manage his triggers so that he can have as normal of a life as possible with what we experience. Talking about education, in 2010, because it's been that long now, in 2010 is when we hit the pinnacle of Marcus's heroin addiction. Through the injuries that he sustained physically from the tank blast, He was able to acquire a lot of pain medication. He is one of the many that kind of got swept up in the opioid epidemic. And once the pills ran out, he turned to something else. But in 2010, after a suicide attempt, we finally got him into recovery. One aspect of that recovery was actually trying to find his purpose once again. If you talk to severely combat wounded veterans that are both physical and mental, one of the hardest things that they have is not just that separation of service, but a purpose for what they do now. So they lose their community that they've been a part of, that brother and sisterhood of the military, and they are just kind of floating in the ocean trying to find that purpose. He was able to attempt to go back to school. He kind of found a little bit of a purpose through the recovery programs and that peer mentoring that happened with him, that he felt he could provide that to others in the future. Now, I mention this because he worked really hard at school. He went to the local community college, but there was not much of a support system for veterans specifically even there. So that's something like my brain pinged majorly, hearing what Erin was talking about, that having that dedicated service to veterans is really important, especially if they're struggling so hard to kind of find that purpose and find their way. Having the mentorships on campus can be the difference between staying and leaving and finishing out the program. Now, because of his TBI that he incurred from the tank injury, he found it very difficult with memory issues and making it through class. There was no other veterans for him to connect with at the community college, and he's still 1 credit shy of actually getting his associates. That was now 5 years ago. We do still have conversations every once in a while about going back to school, but it can be a very heavy conversation to have. And he still has hopes in the future to possibly go back and do that. And it's not necessarily, you talking about the employment, because I think that's such an important part of it. It's not necessarily to get a job, it's really to give him that purpose of life back that he has lost. He lost when he exited the military. He thought he was going to be career, he was not. For me, myself, I am an educator. I've been a teacher for the last decade, and I am a perpetual student, so I have gone back to school twice. The last time I went, in May, I just graduated with my educational administration certificate, or degree. And even that process for me, navigating the different avenues that the VA bureaucracies have, could be difficult, and I'm very well versed in them. So again, having that community, I even thought of going back to school because of the Elizabeth Dole Foundation and the community that is around the caregivers, that I found avenues of financially supporting going back to school as a caregiver, which was daunting. Okay. That is our story. Those are some of the struggles that we have dealt with. This is our daughter, Violet. She is 18 months old, and that is our son, Timmy, and that is my partner, Marcus. So like I said, we have finally found a new normal. It took many years to get here. We have a lot of good days. We still have a lot of bad days. Talking about the multiple suicide attempts, that is not necessarily a part of our past. It is still ever present in our lives. That a big part of what I do for him as his caregiver is continually help with those triggers so that we don't end up there. He doesn't end up as one of the 22 that we lose because of wounds of war. My support I found my voice and really found a way to empower myself through the support of the Elizabeth Dole Foundation. And it was before I was a part of the foundation. In 2012, Senator Dole, who cared for her husband while he was being treated at the Walter Reed Center, found that there was a gap in services and help and support for caregivers for veterans. It was through many conversations she had with the families there that were just thrown into this caregiving position without much support. There was a lot of support for the veterans, and almost nothing for the families. Nothing for those that were caring for their loved ones at home, which, as you can imagine, leads to multiple issues along the way. I myself had to actually take a leave of absence from teaching 2 years ago when we had our kids, because we had a major relapse into some of the danger times with my partner. So to spend more time at home, I had to stop working and provide a lot more care. Now we're just about getting there. Like, I'm one more year, and I think that I can actually look to go back into the workforce, but we're still in a major flux situation right now. Those are the stories that Elizabeth Dole heard, and she, if anybody's ever met the Doles, they step up to action right away. And she did. She set up this foundation to try and find ways to support these caregivers that were left in the shadows, that were doing so much of the essential work of helping our veterans when they came back. So in 2012, she set up the Elizabeth Dole Foundation. And since then, they have instituted quite a few different campaigns. They commissioned the RAND Corporation to do a study on what the needs of caregivers are in those families. And from that study, we actually started, the foundation started putting into practice things that are going to be helping the caregivers. One of the big one that is really kicking off majorly this year is the campaign for inclusive care. When I started the journey of being a caregiver with my partner, when I would go to appointments with him, because a lot of them I had to go with him to, I was just a person in the corner. I was just somebody that was driving him there and not somebody to really interact with. This is changing. And I have noticed it myself, that through this campaign of inclusive care, we now have providers thinking about the idea of what a caregiver is and how we can identify them so that the veterans and the caregiver get better support incorporating their care at the VA. So the initiative is just gone nationwide this year, and we're starting to see some major progress there, that the caregivers don't feel like just that person in the corner that isn't being talked to. Those that are spouses don't just get told that's what a wife does. We are actually being treated as part of the medical team, that we have very important information to give to the medical team to help for that care. The mission statement is to empower healthcare providers and professionals to engage veteran caregivers as part of the veteran care team through policy, practice, and culture change. So it's a nationwide initiative at the VA, and especially because we have community care as well, we're trying to get as many providers that give care to veterans to understand that this is an integral part of a lot of veterans' care, and please start thinking about the caregivers, because you're gonna treat the veteran much more effectively if you do. They created the Caregiver Journey Map, which the caregiver journey is not a straight line. It will never be a straight line. It is purposely in a circle because we go through different levels of learning how to navigate the situations. The first level is the scariest and it's the hardest, and that's the survival level, where you don't know what you're gonna do next, you don't know what resources are available, and you're just trying to get through the day. I would guess it's fairly similar to transitioning to a university as a veteran, that you're just learning the steps of how to understand what is happening to you. I will tell you recently in the news that in August, when the attacks happened in Afghanistan, our community held our breaths, because not only did we lose service members, but we understood what those families of those that survived those attacks were thrust into in a heartbeat. They are at that first level of this caregiver journey. Fortunately, because the foundation has grown and improved, they're no longer completely alone. We stepped up right away as all these caregivers in this community and the organization heads and said, what can we do to get out there so that they are not alone right away? This is not something that was there years ago. The next levels is really learning those resources and finding those networks and those communities and those partnerships that we need to get through. And then it's really kind of being an expert in that and helping others as they transition through. And then we go back to the beginning because new issues arise. And so we're starting that journey over and figuring out. And this is especially true as veterans age. As veterans age, we have new health issues that pop up, new mental health conditions that show up, and we're thrust right back at the beginning of our journey. Fortunately, we have some experience on our back, and hopefully they've had some networks and some communities that have popped up, and we've joined those so that we can get through that survival phase a little bit faster this time. Hidden Heroes Cities and Counties is an initiative to get cities and counties to also look and think about the caregivers of veterans and how they can support them through the multitude of programs and resources available. It was launched in 2016, and that number has grown since even August, that we've actually had 10 more communities join on, and I believe we have 3 states that have actually, the full state has actually come on to be a Hidden Hero state. We also have a program that's respite relief that is linked up through the CareLinks program and just provides some opportunities for us caregivers that are very overloaded in the jobs that we do to get some relief and some help and some support in that way. I have used this program personally to have somebody come in and do some of the day-to-day tasks that I have, which could include vacuuming, sweeping, mopping, laundry, meal prep, so that I have one less thing on my plate, and then I can have a day to take a breath and recharge, to go back into the fight the next day. The Hidden Heroes, talking about community that is so important, there is a Hidden Heroes community online on Facebook that I encourage any caregivers. It's not selective in era that they served, in the amount of care that is given. If you are a caregiver to a veteran, you can join our community and we will help support you. In that community, there is access to jobs. There is, and remote jobs, which is also really important because a lot of us cannot get out of the house. If you're doing 24-hour care, then having some type of employment that way, education resources, support when you're just having a bad day, navigating the veteran bureaucracy, which you can probably get a whole education, like a degree in just navigating the VA bureaucracy. And then just having people, having each other support each other through the good times and the bad times. Talking about something that piqued my interest, going back to that educational component, and again, so important to have these conversations so that we have better support for veterans when they're coming into educational institutions. That idea of the imposter syndrome, that is real. It can be very daunting, but it can be overcome. And with the right support and the right groups that are doing it, you can foster that identity that Alvaro talked about, that you can do it and you can make it and it can be better. And so I would just ask the institutions, when you're thinking about your veteran communities, the caregivers are supporting the veterans, and sometimes those might be the ones that you need to look to as well, to foster in and help them on this journey as well, so that we can continue helping our veterans. Because I think as long as I keep going to school, he might go back. Any questions?
Like it's such a long walk. Hi, thank you so much for sharing your story. I really appreciate it. I'm a military caregiver myself. My husband was shot in Afghanistan when I was pregnant with my son, and we have faced many of the same issues and struggles and things as you. I also know from a caregiver standpoint what it's like to kind of get all wrapped in it, what it's like for it to dictate your life and do everything. So my question is actually for you. What do you do to take care of yourself amongst everything that you have going on?
So that is a fantastic question. And it changes. It changes as the needs at home change. I will say, last August, I joined a veteran symposium with the Elizabeth Doe Foundation. That is actually a huge part of what I do for myself, is advocating through this role that the Doe Foundation has given me. It's given me a lot of purpose. It has actually erased a lot of that imposter syndrome along the way, that I do belong in very important rooms, so that is a big part. But in between August and now today, October was really hard. October is an anniversary time period. So we bunkered down the hatches, and we just survived. So for the last month, we were surviving, and just in the last week where we kind of came out of our cocoon. So other than doing something like this, I do crafting. I love listening to music, spending time with my kids. Fortunately, as well, one of the major perks of doing this work with the Elizabeth Dole Foundation is I have an excuse to drop my kids off for a few days with Grandma and Grandpa so that I can actually get some full respite time. Because mothers and fathers can probably appreciate this, the guilt of having somebody else watch your kids. It's not that dissimilar to the guilt that caregivers have for somebody watching your care recipient. So having a little bit of a guilt-free drop-off of the kids, drop-off of my responsibilities is a big deal. And I'm keeping my fingers crossed, because anybody that has a combat vet can understand how difficult it is for them to come out in the world. But he's supposed to be coming out on Friday, and we're supposed to go to dinner in the city. So maybe that will happen. I'm gonna keep my fingers crossed for that. And that is a huge deal for him, because we moved 2 hours away so that we can be away from people. It's a slower pace for him. So coming out to the city, if he makes it here, it's gonna be like a Christmas present to me, because it is not easy for him to come out to the city. There's so many things going on that can trigger a lot of his issues, but he's committed to doing it, and we'll see if he gets here tomorrow.
Teresa, thank you so much for sharing your story in such a compelling and candid way. In this space, we talk a lot about serving military-affiliated or military-connected students, but it's still somewhat enigmatic, and it's kind of a mystery to us. So if I can ask you two hypothetical questions. You said that returning to community college to fill that degree is a kitchen table conversation that you and your partner have, and it continues. If you were to return to the community college to pursue the end of that degree or further, what could that community college do to support you? And then you mentioned that you just finished your graduate degree for administrator's certificate. Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
Were there any ways that the institution that you attended for that degree, were there ways that that institution supported you specifically? Or if not, ways that they could have supported you as a military-connected affiliated caregiver? So thank you.
Great questions. Thank you. So the community college supported him in so many ways that were general supports. And that was opening up the disability office, inviting him in there when they found out that he was a disabled veteran, inviting him in there and helping him navigate the services that they had. So like one of his major issues was recall. So non-note tests were like panic set in for weeks on end because he has a very tested high IQ, was always good in school, but he got a TBI when he was in service, and that affected his memory. So he can logically work through things at a very high rate, but his short-term memory was still, there's major issues with that. We still will have a conversation, and then 10 minutes later, he's like, what, we talked about that? And I know that happens a lot with married couples, but this is an actual physical symptom of what happened to him. And so knowing that being able to advocate for himself in his classrooms and actually say, I need these modifications to actually be successful, he was able to be successful in some of the harder classes once he knew he had that option. Really great professors in one of his hardest classes, which I think back to when I was in school for my undergrad, was speech class. Speech class was a breeze for me. Like that was, I liked talking. I think I'm presenting pretty well, that I can publicly speak okay. And I knew I was going to go into education, which is performing every single day. Social anxiety made speech class something that was so daunting to him that he refused to take the class semester and semester past. Having a professor that actually reached out to him and said, I know that you may have issues with this, but I want to be supportive while you're going through this, was night and day what he had previously. He actually signed up for speech class 3 times, dropped it within a few weeks. This was the only time he actually dedicated himself to doing it. And it's because of that one professor that actually said, take your time, you're gonna be okay. You obviously are doing the school side of speech and that. I understand that the actual speech is the difficult part of it, but let me walk you through it and help you through that. And then pairing him up with somebody that was a partner in the class. So that is a huge part of how he felt supported at the school. But I said again, there wasn't much of a veteran community established there. And so when he got to that, and it's one of those two, I think he's caught not just on the completion of it, which is scary because then it's over, and he doesn't know what he wants. He doesn't know exactly what he wants to do after that, but also not having a community that he felt a part of the school, like he was just kind of finishing the school, and to get that degree. And he was doing that for his own personal goals, but he never really felt connected in that way. So I think twofold there, that might be ways that can really help support veterans on this journey, especially ones that go back to school years and years later. Like not just the transition of relearning how school is, it's a whole nother world that you're coming into. So having that community is really important. And then, what was the second one? Second question, that was how I was supported? Yes, so how I was supported specifically was I perpetually want to be in school. I love learning. I would be in school now if I can make it fiscally responsible to do it, and the time that is dedicated to do it. So noting that, one day I probably will go for my doctorate, but Mark has told me I have to stop getting degrees right now. He didn't really say that. He just said, slow your roll, you're making me look bad. The program that I chose specifically because it was an online program. Having that flexibility that I could go to school any time of the day was huge for me. Having two little ones, I believe through my last program, the only assignment I turned in late was late a day, and that's because it was due the day I was in the hospital having my daughter. And so late nights, I had lots of late nights where I could work on my homework, and lots of early mornings and doing it in between, but not having to attend a class was a huge support for me. And then also, they did have a dedicated veterans financial officer at the school, and that made it easier to walk through the process of getting the Chapter 35 benefits, which I did not, like I said, I was very versed in VA language, but I did not know that there is an aspect of the GI Bill that is specifically for dependents. And that is the Chapter 35, because talking as a partner of a veteran, another avenue that can be difficult is using their benefits. They earned those benefits. So I always feel, unless it's specifically going towards him, it can be difficult to use the benefits even if they're available to me. So there is a part of the GI Bill that they can actually give to their dependents of the original one, but there is an aspect of it that is specifically designed only for the dependents. So it's a benefit beyond the regular GI Bill that I was like, well, this is a benefit that literally only I can use or my kids can use. He cannot use it, and I need to be able to utilize this. He fought for this. He served for this. So navigating that and getting all that paperwork in, the Veterans Office really helped, the Veterans Officer really helped me with that. And it's so quiet.
Teresa, thank you so much for sharing your story. I know that these kinds of talks are very important for the work that you do, but that they no doubt come at an emotional cost as well. So thank you for giving that to us today. I guess my question is quite personal, and you can just tell me to go sit down and be quiet if you'd like. But you've obviously found a source of strength that not everyone possesses, and I'm just kind of curious in those moments when it's very difficult, what keeps you going on, and where do you draw that strength from, please? Thank you.
Well, I cry a lot. I have been practicing for the last year grace, giving myself a lot of grace, giving myself permission to fail and fail miserably, and not feel shame about that. I think It probably stems back to when I was in high school. I was diagnosed with a life-threatening condition where I spent a lot of time in the hospital. And so I myself have been at the brink of death's door, and so that doesn't scare me per se. And so I've always found kind of a bigger purpose in living and not just getting through the day, that loving and caring for other people is what is my favorite thing. And knowing that this amazing human being who made the decision to put his life on the line for everybody and actively made that decision, knowing that he was going to go to war and getting hurt and coming back and having a very hard time coming back, giving him the opportunity to have joy, and not just being his help in that, but being a partner in that, is probably where the biggest part of that strength comes from. That after he was out of service, he felt very thrown away. He had a lot of relationships kind of stunted. He did not know where he fit in this world anymore. The things that he did haunted him. The things that he experienced haunted him. And then this weird old girl from Illinois came into his world who just offered him acceptance and love, helped him find his way. And as much as people always tell me, thank you for doing this for him, and you probably have saved him, he also saved me. I was very wayward, did not know where I fit in this world, and it's gonna get real cheesy, but he is where I belong. We belong together. And three and a half years ago, when we welcomed our first son into the world, and not only helping him get through life, but allowing him to be a dad, something that he always wanted to do, that he is amazing at when he's able to, is one of the greatest joys I've ever had. When I get the opportunity to see them sitting on the couch together, all three of them, cuddled up, and he's present because we have mitigated some of his triggers and we gave him a safe space to be, is worth all of the hard days that we have.
Thanks so much. Really courageous to be up here telling your story, and it's much appreciated. I suppose this could be a lesson learned, or it could be still, what you guys are trying to figure out day to day. Is there something that you could say is missing from his, quote, transition or day to day that you think would make a big difference in some imaginary world where you can have whatever you want? What might it be?
I think just that sense of purpose. Right now, we have very young kids, and he's able to focus any sense of that into that. But as they grow, he's going to lose that a little bit as they go off to school themselves. And so just having something outside of himself that he can work towards and be a part of may be something that he needs in the future. And so maybe finishing his degree.
Follow-up question, what about then for the family unit? Same question.
Something that we are missing? I don't know if we're missing it, but just that continuation of support as things grow and as more people understand that this is a hard life that we live, but we still have passion, we still have drive, we have a lot to offer, helping support us in that way. Flexible work hours may be something that we need. And I think that we're seeing that, and that's starting to change, that our having to go to an office be the only way to show up for work. I think that idea is shifting as technology is really starting to, COVID kind of pushed that along majorly, that we're really starting to see that having flexible options to go to school and go to work will change the landscape of what caregivers are able to do. I know a lot of caregivers that are 24 hours, 7 days a week cannot get out of the house, but some of that care is sitting next to the bed, just in case something happens. And so having those types of opportunities to engage will make a difference. Having things like the fellowship program for students where they can get a taste of education and see if that is something that they want to do, that sometimes will give them that purpose. So smaller little programs that just kind of can build off of that, I think are a huge thing. I know one program, the Dog Tag Bakery, which I know a lot of fellows have gone through and caregivers have gone through and other veterans, something like that, opportunities where it's not this huge commitment up front, but it gives you a taste of what you can achieve, and maybe that's that stepping stone to applying to the University of Chicago or applying to Princeton, and knowing that you can do it and that you do belong there. That may be things in the future that are helpful. Thank you all for listening to my story.
Thank you so much, Teresa, for sharing your story with us. Matt, as I told you guys, listening to that story, that's so impactful to hear her experiences, and again, for her to be able to stand up here and share them with us. As we all know, many veterans do transition out with those hidden wounds where they don't express it to everyone who has not had that experience or those shared experiences, and first trying to identify them is a big piece of it. You will hear later from Nicole Wilson, who is our co-chair for our Veterans and Family Readiness Program. She's not here yet, but she'll speak after lunch. And at this point, we are going to go ahead and break early for lunch. For those on the Zoom, we'll come back at 1300 or 1 p.m. for those who are not non-military. But lunch will be served. It's in the right outside these doors, so you'll be able to grab. There's a vegetarian option, meat options, and then we have the water coolers on the side. So thank you, everybody, and we'll see you back at 1 p.m. Everybody enjoyed lunch. All the attendees online, you got an opportunity to go out and get something real good. We had some great food here today by one of our partners, Blowing Smoke Barbecue. And before we broke for lunch, we ended on the talking points of Ms. Teresa Kumar, speaking specifically about family support. So the University of Chicago has taken a very holistic approach, and again, and not just supporting the scholars or the staff members or faculty members here at the university, but also to support their families as well. The University of Chicago Veterans and Family Readiness Program, along with our Children of U.S. Veterans Group, are a very integral part of our community here at the university. To tell us more about this is our co-chair for the Veterans and Family Readiness Program, who also happens to be the spouse of a military member and daughter of 2 retired service members, Ms. Nicole Wilson.
Thank you, Terrell, for your kind introduction. Good afternoon, everyone, and most importantly, welcome to all the veterans that have served this great nation in uniform. Today, we honor all of your sacrifices and show our appreciation for the veterans in the past and those still serving. Also, for those that could not attend due to military commitments. I'd like to thank the families that are here in attendance and the caregivers supporting our troops and families. I'd like to begin today by sharing a story of a veteran who was honored in an unanticipated manner at a unique forum. During a baseball game recently, the Teletron camera was panning the audience when it focused on an elderly man. When he realized that the camera had centered on him, he rose to his feet and yelled, "Airborne," and saluted the Braves Stadium to the delight of thousands of cheering fans during the first baseball playoff games for him. Go Braves. My father was that man, a 2-tour retired Vietnam Sergeant First Class, who always begins and ends every phone call with an airborne chant. He is Army proud, and I believe that since my birth at Walter Reed Medical Center that I am also Army proud. Growing up, my parents were both stationed at Fort McPherson in Atlanta, Georgia, and I enjoyed every moment of it. The friendships that were created, the bonds that were made from fellow children who understood every high and every low of being a military brat was something that I never took for granted. My humanitarian view of the world is firmly predicated upon the multicultural world that comes from being raised on a military post. Our military community at Fort McPherson promoted family well-being that was unparalleled and has been difficult to reproduce in the civilian world. As families rotated away and were replaced with new families, there were programs available to immediately promote positive adjustments to families during and after those transitions. Between August 2nd, 1990 to July 31st, 1991, more than 650,000 service members served in Operation Desert Shield and Desert Storm. There's one veteran that I am extremely proud of who left for the Middle East while leaving 3 children at home. This person is my mother, a 20-year Army retired Sergeant First Class. I'd like to take a moment to thank her and all the trailblazing women veterans that have laid it on the line and served in harm's way. Like the Teletron saluting airborne soldier from Vietnam, she is quick to display her veteran status on her Florida's license plate t-shirt or hat with her tribute to women veterans everywhere. And God help us all if someone assumes that her service status belongs to her husband. During her deployment, the Family Readiness Program offered comfort and a safe haven while she was absent from our lives for an entire year. Now, as a mother of my own children, I have a greater appreciation of her sacrifice and the importance of the Family Readiness Program. The history of military service from my father, mother, and now my husband spans over 50 years. Our oldest child, Dakota, is 15, and our youngest, Gabrielle, who is now 5. Even during Gabby's young life, she has lived through 2 deployments to Afghanistan, and the older children have lived through 4 deployments. One deployment from Africa concluded with his return one day prior to the birth of our 3rd child. Our locations during my husband's deployment have included Atlanta, Flint, and now Chicago. Each deployment from each city has brought its own unique challenges with the absence of the Family Readiness Program, unlike my own childhood. The Office of Military Affiliated Communities, or OMAC, under the guidance of Bridget Collier and Terrell Odom, has received numerous accolades, which includes, but is not limited to, being listed as the top-ranked university in the 2021 ranking by U.S. News and World Report for universities and colleges participating in federal initiatives helping our veterans and active duty service members pay for their degrees. There are too many notable achievements that I could list that belong to OMAC, but I'd like to highlight the Army Civilian Military Training Program, a collaboration with the Department of Defense and the University of Chicago that embeds active duty medical personnel inside the hospital to learn and sustain operative and resuscitative skills needed to bring the sons and daughters of America home alive. As these soldiers move to Chicagoland from U.S. military posts and are embedded as part of the fabric at UChicago, the expectation is that their families will join them. As a spouse moving a family of 6 to several new communities, the considerations to support systems to navigate children's education is of the utmost importance. Do they want to live in the city? Do they have a child who will need special education? Will you or your spouse pursue a degree or work full-time or part-time? The University of Chicago Veterans and Family Readiness Program has created a network of agencies, programs, services, and individuals that promote the readiness and quality of life for service members, veterans, and their families, essentially mimicking the wraparound support that I knew as a child and providing the contacts and provisions needed to support me and my family while separated during deployments. Tomorrow, Friday, November 5th, OMAC and the Family Readiness Program and the Children of U.S. Veterans Groups will welcome and embrace new military and veteran families to the university community at the annual Welcome Picnic. This event brings community resources and support together while providing a social opportunity for those to share like experiences. We encourage you to join us, learn about our experiences, and become part of this much-needed support for our heroes and their families. Again, I'd like to thank all the veterans and service members present today and extend my tremendous gratitude for all that could not attend. Thank you for keeping us safe. We are extremely proud of you. I would also like to thank International House for their unwavering support of OMAC, the Veterans and Family Readiness Program, and all the initiatives concerning the military-affiliated community. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nicole, for sharing more information about our Family Readiness Program. For those of us in person here, you got an opportunity to see the physician that walked into the space today. That's Colonel Wilson, the husband of Ms. Nicole Wilson. He's our Medical Center Director for the Trauma Center here at the University of Chicago, and a phenomenal partner and the reason why that trauma program is here at the University of Chicago Medical Center. Next up, I'd like to bring up a good friend of mine. Again, I'm going to throw out the Army-Navy Colonel here. I think we're still up. Colonel Whitehurst is the Vice President of Programs and Services at the Dixon Center for Military and Veteran Services. Colonel Whitehurst previously served as the Commanding Officer for the Soldier for Life program at the Army, which is where I met Colonel Whitehurst years ago. And we've grown that friendship now over almost a decade, I believe, over Colonel, where again, he's an integral part of supporting military and their family. So, Colonel.
Well, first of all, the next time we do this, I get to go first, because the fact now I have to follow all the great speakers in the morning, and now you got me following Nicole. You guys have set the expectation level far too high. But no, thank you, Terrell. I always love coming to the University of Chicago and having the opportunity to be part of these programs, because in my experiences as I've gone, in traveling across the country, in terms of people who are making it happen for veterans and their families, the first place I look to is Chicago. And it's because of Terrell's leadership, and it's because of the leadership of a lot of the people in this room and that we heard from this morning. So, like you said, it's always a pleasure to come here to Chicago and see what you're doing for veterans and their families. Like Terrell said, I work with Dixon Center for Military and Veteran Services. Just very quickly, Dixon Center, we are a nonprofit that's focused on supporting veterans and their families. Now, when I use the term veterans and their families, and I'll use this in my presentation as well, that's a very broad way to really, or maybe it's an abbreviated way to talk about all of those who have any type of relationship with the military. So if you're active duty, if you're an active duty service member, if you're a transitioning service member, if you're a military spouse or a veteran spouse or a family of active duty or a family of a veteran, if you're a caregiver or one of the families of our fallen or our wounded. When I use that term, veterans and their families, that really encompasses all of that. So I just wanted to kind of say that up front and so our focus at Dixon Center is really all of that. Anyone who has any touch point with the military, but what we don't do is we don't provide direct services. Rather, we are a resource center for the organizations, for the communities that do provide those direct services. So we like to think of ourselves as kind of a one-stop shop, if you will. You can come here and through our partnership, we enable existing programs that support veterans and their families. What I'd like to talk about today is, and this, I hope this is a good segue from what Erin discussed earlier this morning. If you remember on Erin's slide, she talked about the importance of focusing on wellness. So I'd like to take a few minutes this afternoon and kind of talk about wellness and truly what does it mean in the context when we talk about veterans and their families. Because I think there's some things to pull out, especially in terms of organizations and programs that want to support veterans and their families, being able to kind of pull out what this idea of wellness really means. Now I'm going to start with some disturbing data points that came out of a recent Cohen Veterans Network survey. I think many of you are familiar with Cohen Veterans Network. For those who are not, they are one of the leading national nonprofits that's focused on providing mental health care to veterans and their families. And they do periodically they do surveys, kind of testing where different groups are when it comes to mental health. And one of their recent surveys, and this one was conducted this past May, they were asking questions of the American public. What were their perceptions about PTSD? So here's what some of the things that came out of that. First of all, 67% of Americans believe the majority of veterans experience PTSD. 67%, 2/3. 1 in 4, 26% of Americans believe the majority of people with PTSD are violent or dangerous. And nearly 1 in 4 Americans believe PTSD is not treatable. Now, kind of set that to aside just for a second. Now, there's another organization that does surveys quite often. This one is within the Department of Defense. It's the Office of People Analytics. And what they have discovered through their research and through their surveys is that a lot of times they focus on young people in terms of recruiting. What is the propensity of young people wanting to serve? So that's one of the things they focus on. And in one survey they did in 2019, they had asked the question, who is thinking of serving or planning to serve? And of those who said they weren't going to serve, the 58% of them said that was because they were concerned that they would come down with PTSD or some other type of psychological injury. Now, so combine that how Americans think about military service and a mental health challenge like PTSD, and then combine that how young people are looking at service in the military as well. And unfortunately, it feeds into this narrative of what we call the narrative of the broken soldier, that somehow your service in the military is going to leave you broken, both physically and mentally. Interestingly, I said in that one survey of young people, 58% of them who said they weren't going to serve was because of their fear of PTSD. That was the second highest reason. The number one highest reason, again, that there would be some type of physical injury that would come as part of their service. So again, this idea that somehow that military service would leave you broken mentally and physically. I think as we look at those survey results, it really points to an issue in this narrative of the broken soldier. It points to an issue that I think has been a challenge and has been a barrier to veterans, keeping them from in some cases, successfully reintegrating back into their communities. And unfortunately, we see the narrative reinforced in popular culture. As men and women return from Vietnam, and we are seeing it again as service members have returned from Iraq and Afghanistan. Now, don't get me wrong, of course, veterans face tough and unique physical and mental challenges. But the numbers are much different from what the perception is. For example, I said earlier that almost 2/3 of Americans believe that all veterans suffer some form of PTSD. Well, the true number, when you look at Iraq and Afghanistan, is somewhere between 11 and 20%. So again, it's a significant issue, but it's different from this narrative that it's going to somehow leave you broken both physically and mentally. One of the things that we try to do to counter this narrative is we try to change the conversation to a discussion on focusing on the importance of wellness, and also we try to broaden our approach to wellness. I think too often, and I'm kind of speaking as someone who's within the veteran community, really within the veteran nonprofit community, I think too often when we discuss wellness and veterans, it's in the context of something we have to fix or something that has to be corrected. I prefer the definition of wellness that's used by the College of William and Mary. And they define wellness as being conscious, self-directed, and evolving, holistic and multidimensional, positive and affirming, and inclusive, which is far different from, I think, approach that many of us in the veteran nonprofit community approach. And it's not just a conversation about mental wellness and physical wellness. Again, this is another characteristic I think that I've seen, that we have seen in the veteran nonprofit community, is that when we talk about wellness, we automatically gravitate to this idea of mental wellness. An important part, absolutely. Mental wellness is a key component of overall well-being. Or we default to physical wellness. Again, it is an important part of overall well-being, but it's a part. But too often we focus on that at the expense to other aspects of wellness that are important. For example, I don't know how many of us associate with the ability just to balance our checkbook and to maintain a budget, or to have emergency savings, or have setting financial goals. We don't normally associate that with wellness. Or this idea of having a safe space, a home or an apartment, shelter, something that you call your own, how important that is to your overall well-being. Or having a career that's more than just a paycheck. It's a work that having work that provides purpose and direction, and that is personally satisfying. Those are all aspects of what it means to contributing to veterans' well-being and their families' well-being and to overall wellness. Now, I think a good question is, how does this translate, this idea of a very holistic approach to wellness, how does that translate to how we support our veterans and their families? I think I know the folks here in this room and my fellow colleagues in the veteran nonprofit community, we all share the goal to ensure that those who are touched by military service are not disconnected or isolated from their communities. And as I said earlier, that could be a transitioning service member, it could be a military spouse, caregivers, families, and the families of our fallen and the families of our wounded. But to reach this goal, and I'm going to go back to my original point about the narrative of the broken soldier. To reach this goal and to counter the narrative of the broken soldier, it takes this holistic approach to addressing the needs of veterans and their families. And I would argue, and I know Erin, like you said, I hope this is a good segue to what Erin found in her research. I I would argue that this approach is built around the 8 dimensions of wellness that you see here behind me. It's physical wellness, which I think we're all very familiar with, staying physically fit, getting enough, eating right, and getting enough sleep, even though I probably didn't eat exactly right like I should have during lunch, but it was too tempting, Terrell. This idea of physical wellness, again, I think we're very comfortable with that. This idea of kind of accepting who we are. We talked about identity earlier this morning. Accepting who we are and being able to express our emotions and our feelings in a positive way. But it's also financial. Again, it's being able to understand your financial situation is and really set and plan goals for the future financially. It's occupational. It's that idea of work is not just about making money and putting food on the table. It's about having something where you can set and meet goals for your future because of the career you have, this idea of work with purpose. It's environmental. Again, being able to have an environment around you that is supportive, this idea of having a home or an apartment, something that you call your own. And it's also spiritual, discovering meaning and purpose in life and understanding belief, values, and ethics that help guide your life. It's intellectual. It's being that active learner throughout your life. And it's social, having those healthy relationships and having a social network. Now, I would love to say that I came up with these on my own, but especially here in an academic and a university environment, I've got to make sure I give credit where credit is due. I actually pulled out those definitions of wellness from the University of Chicago website. So this is obviously a program that's practiced here at the University of Chicago. And I would, in my experience, I've seen many universities adopt this model, whether, like University of Chicago actually has the 7 dimensions of wellness. They don't have occupational wellness. Some may have 6. I've seen some as little as 4, but this whole idea of approaching wellness in a very positive fashion. And like here at the University of Chicago, it's kind of done, it's focused toward the students. I argue that you need to do the same thing. And when I say we, I'm talking about organizations across the veteran landscape. We need to have this same approach when it comes to supporting veterans and their family. Because again, what I've seen is there are a lot of great programs out there to support veterans. Really, the challenge is we have so many. It's so tough to navigate, and we've talked a little bit about that today. It's just kind of navigating what the resources and the programs that are out there supporting veterans. And some are really good at doing maybe one of these particular areas of wellness, whether if you're a program that's focused on workforce development, so you're obviously very invested in occupational wellness, or if you're a program that provides mental health services, you're very focused on emotional and mental wellness, and so forth. You could go on, and I could find different veteran organizations and resources that fit into the bin of each of these different aspects of wellness. In some cases, some of them may be really good at 2 or 3, and I think that's okay. I don't want this to be a criticism, because we do need folks who have a certain expertise and can bring that expertise to veterans and their families, whether it's in workforce development, whether it's in mental health services, whether it's in financial planning and financial management, counseling and coaching. You need that expertise. But I would argue that what we should also be doing is finding ways to bring these different programs and resources together in partnerships, if you will. So we do have a very holistic approach when it comes to supporting our veterans and their families. I'll give you an example. We're involved with a program here in Chicago, the Utility Workers Military Assistance Program, or UMAP for short. It is a workforce development program. It provides a pathway for veterans into jobs in the gas utility industry with People's Gas here in Chicago, jobs that I shouldn't call them jobs, they're careers, because they are careers that provide wages, access to health care, and benefits that put those veterans immediately into the middle class. So it's primarily a workforce development program. But over the years, they have learned that to ensure that these veterans who go through their program are truly successful, they have to bring in other partners. So they'll have partners who have an expertise in these other areas of wellness and will bring them in so that when those graduates of their program, when they come out, like I said, they're getting a great job, really great wages. I mean, they're already at middle class and can quickly move into the upper middle class in terms of the wages. But that's not all it's about. Again, that's one aspect of wellness. They pulled in other groups and partners who can provide those other services for that comprehensive approach to wellness. So that's an example, and again, that's an example that's happening right here in Chicago. As I'm coming to the end, I would just say that for the programs and organizations out there, if you want to maximize your impact, find partners. And again, it could be nonprofits, it may be partners in the private sector, it may be partners in academia, but find ways to connect so we're providing very much a holistic approach that's all built around this comprehensive aspect of wellness. Because at the end of the day, the key, I think for all of us, is treating veterans and their families with dignity, focusing on these different dimensions of wellness, and getting veterans and their families the programs and services they deserve, and not succumbing to that all too familiar narrative of the broken soldier. Thank you. And if there's any questions, please, I'd be glad to take any questions.
Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. Talking about the broken soldier, do you think that's one of the barriers that veterans have in going into pursuing higher education?
Oh, yeah. I think, some of the things that I heard this morning, I would say absolutely, is that, and again, I just offered kind of the results of 2 surveys. Anecdotally, we can go, again, I talked about what we've seen in popular culture, going back to as veterans were returning from Vietnam, and to be candid, we still see that today. So anecdotally, it plays out in popular culture, but there are other surveys which this perception that it's going to somehow, instead of what I think many of our experiences is that military service makes you more resilient. We've just seen this idea, there's this popular culture that it breaks you. Interestingly, and this is also from that Cohen Veterans Network, well, I say interestingly and maybe also a little disturbing, from the Cohen Veterans Network survey, is that this idea was even more prevalent in military-affiliated families in the survey. So higher numbers or higher percentages kind of had those common misperceptions among those who who have a relationship with the military. So I think that's an interesting thing to unpack and see how we can address that. But the short answer, I do think that's a barrier, and especially it's a barrier as you're coming into an institution of higher learning like this.
And then just to follow up with that, what do you think is one step that partners or institutions of higher learning can do to help bridge that divide?
I thought about this after Erin's presentation this morning, and then the resulting discussion as well. Like I said, University of Chicago, and you can find many universities who've already taken this approach to their students writ large. This idea of there's many different aspects of wellness. Here are the resources we have at our university to address those different areas of wellness. It would be interesting to take a look at that and make it more veteran-focused, because I would argue that there's organizations, nonprofits, if you will, There are organizations and programs out there to support veterans and their family, and they've been doing it for years. And they have, they quite frankly, I think they understand veterans and their families better than some. And being able to, I think the hard part is connecting. That's the hard part. I mean, because they're out there. They're out there, and I don't know if you need to build a center to bring them in or anything like that. They're out there. The challenge is connecting those student veterans with these veteran-focused programs built around the different aspects of wellness. In my experience, it's raising awareness and making people aware of this is a program. And like I said, in some cases, it's just literally overwhelming because there's so many. Yes, sir.
Thanks for the presentation. I think I'm going to kind of echo what you just said there, but I mean, for giving the colorful language to folks that are not military, the dirtbag, right, is what folks know as the broken, soldier, sailor, airman, Marine that's useless and is not doing their job. And there's a lot of effort that goes into avoiding becoming a dirtbag, but it's kind of a dichotomy, right? You're either fit for full or you're not. Similarly, the injured or the broken soldier is a kind of black and white dichotomy, but as you rightly present here, the path to success is multifaceted, nuanced, and sophisticated. Do we have a model that we hold up as, the sort of resilient, I mean, I was trying to think of one, I'm not sure that I can, that is just as easy to see.
Yeah, and one of the things, Matt, to your earlier point, one of the things that that our founder says all the time, I think this is spot on. He'll say that, he'll tell people, if you've met a veteran, you've met a veteran. This idea that every veteran is different. And again, and I think this came up this morning too, I think sometimes that we create veterans as this huge monolithic group of people who all have the same belief systems, the same characteristics, as opposed to understanding everyone, there are maybe some I would argue there are some similarities from military service that you can point to, but everyone is a little bit different. And so being able to identify that and then try to shed these stereotypes and these perceptions that we have. Like, again, the idea that, of the dirtbag, if you will, the dirtbag soldier or service member or the broken soldier, yeah.
I think the follow-up for me, and I'll try to talk about it a little bit tomorrow, is that if you look across all these circles, right, what stops you from being a dirtbag is social skills, social emotional functioning in a context, right? That's it. If you look across all of these, right, the big difference for most veterans, whether they're injured or not, whether they're broken or not, is that they're transitioning to a new setting, a context where they don't necessarily have those skills, right? So they might be able to function across that full range, some better, some worse. But I think it's a challenge for us to think about what makes this context different than the context when you walk across the midway and you're getting towards the civilian world. The context, I think, is the one thing that we miss. You can function just fine in one context, even if you're very injured and very disabled. But your thoughts on that would be?
Yeah, well, I think I'm going to go back to this morning. I think the question of identity is really important. And it's really, I think it's really a fine edge, right? And I was trying to kind of walk that tightrope, if you will, this morning. I don't want people to, forget their military service. I don't want them to shed their military service. Again, I encourage, I always tell veterans, embrace your military service. If anything, you need to tell your story more often. Because we do have this civil-military divide, and the more that you can share your stories to people, and I always tell them too, if you run into a Vietnam veteran, always ask them to share their story. Because again, I still think there's some issues on how we treated our Vietnam veterans, but always encourage them to talk to Vietnam veterans. But share your story, but also understand that your identity is, your military service contributes to your identity. It's not your complete identity. So I think trying to figure that out, and once they figure that out, this idea of being in a different context, I think, is a little bit easier to handle. I mean, I think it's still a struggle. I share with, I shared earlier how a lot of times when I introduce myself, I don't use my rank. I just, I'm Sam, and I encourage people to call me that. That's one way of me saying, and I absolutely hate the word retired. Because I'm like, I'm not retired. I've just started another chapter in my life. That's it. I'm on a new and different journey. I'm on a new journey. But at the same time, I do embrace the fact that, and I won't even tell you the continuing struggles I have with trying to determine what I should wear when I go to work. I mean, that's, when you come from 30 years where literally there's a manual about that thick that tells you exactly how to wear your uniform, and you have instructions every day on exactly what you should wear, then all of a sudden you're trying to figure out, what is business casual? What does business mean? And is this the right color tie? It just drives my wife crazy. She loves when I come on trips like this because I'm not bugging her at home. But that's just part of that challenge or that struggle, not a significant challenge, but again, just an example of that challenge and struggle. But I still embrace my service, and and I'll never forget that. I have no regrets and never forget that. So I kind of offer that to veterans as well. Stake out your own identity, figure out your pathway, and also understand, and this is a hard thing that we see very often, is you're taught in the military to never ask for help, right? Asking for help is a weakness. I'm going to figure it out. I'm going to do it on my own. I try to tell veterans that's not the right approach when you separate or when you retire. You got to understand that this new journey, it is a team event, and there's a lot of great organizations. Like here at the University of Chicago, there's other great organizations who can stand by with you and assist. It's just, our founder always says this, the word help is a 4-letter word to veterans and their families. It's just, it's getting our veterans to get past that. And because it's not a handout, it's a hand up. And that's all it is, so that they can truly reach their full potential. So it's getting them to understand it. Embrace who they were and let that contribute to what they're going to become, I think is the message that I try to share with veterans and their families.
So thank you so much. Still going to have a hard time just calling you Sam, but thank you, thank you so much for the presentation. I had one question, which then turned into multiple comments after Matt's question. But the first question I had was thinking about sort of the idea of the broken soldier, and there's this old sort of all ports contact hypothesis that suggests that people who have sort of negative views of one another, stereotypical views, if you sort of plop them together and have them interact, that those stereotypes will tend to break down. So I'm just wondering if you've seen in your work any good approaches to addressing that sort of stigma of the PTSD-riddled soldier, maybe that you've seen in your experiences. And then I'll just sort of follow up with 2 thoughts that I had. So I'm not trying to crack anything open here, but in terms of what Matthew asked about is the positive model, right? So there's the broken soldier, but then what's the positive model? It got me thinking about the topic of masculinity and ideas about masculinity. And so, I think of, well, what are some positive veteran role models? And I think sort of like Jocko Willink and his whole crew, and that's a very particular brand of post-military masculinity. And there's another member of their group, Andy Stumpf, who does a podcast called Cleared Hot, and he's constantly evangelizing for asking for help. And he's sponsored by sort of mental health and wellness sponsors for his program. And I just wonder if there are any ideas that you would have about potentially changing some of these ideas that both the veterans have and then also the civilian populations have, and then the possibility of maybe using gatekeepers like leaders in the community like Jocko or like Andy Stumpf to maybe do some of this work.
Yeah, no, Erin, no, that's a couple of great questions there. There's another narrative. I talk about the narrative of the broken soldier. There's another narrative that I would argue, I don't want to say it's as equally dangerous or counterproductive, but I don't think it's healthy, and that's the narrative of Superman. So I think a lot of folks view soldiers, they're either, broken on one end, they've been broken by their service, or maybe they're not the best soldier. The other, or service member, the other end is that all of our veterans are have superpowers, they're supermen or something. I don't think that's healthy either. Again, I'm going to go back to what our founder says all the time: if you've met a veteran, you've met a veteran. And so for all of us, we should try to stop focusing on kind of these two different perspectives. And a lot of people will say the Superman model is great. Yeah, we want to view our service members like, I don't think so. I just don't think it's healthy. I really don't. And so folks who can go out there and can dispel that. Veterans are just like, I guess also a third thing, I've used this term a lot. Sometimes veterans are treated like they're aliens from a different planet. I'm like, no, veterans come from the same communities that the rest of America comes through. If anything, I would argue that veterans are a great microcosm of our society, because you can find every demographic within the military community. And it's becoming more diverse with each day. I mean, just in my career, I've seen how the number of women service members and women veterans have exploded. And that's a great thing. And it's going to everything I've seen, that's going to continue to increase over time. So we really are a microcosm of society and are very diverse. Kind of this idea about masculinity. One of the things I have, in my experience, a quality that I've seen in probably the most effective leaders, and I've been very fortunate. I have served with and served for some tremendous leaders. One of the things that have made them exceptional leaders is this idea of empathy. And again, empathy is something that's not normally associated with the military. It's not normally associated with masculinity writ large, the importance of empathy and being able to put yourself in someone else's shoes and kind of understand what they're feeling. I'm not sure where that could go, but I think that is an observation that I've had over the years in terms of how we define what makes an effective leader. And to the first question, I think that anytime you can put, and this speaks to social wellness, anytime you can put veterans and non-veterans into a situation where they're interacting, there's nothing but goodness that comes out of that interaction. And there's organizations that, some people will say, doing, like sponsoring a run or something like that is, how does that contribute to helping veterans and their families? Well, I use the example that you brought up, bringing people together. And those interactions, I think, are incredibly helpful, and there's organizations that do that. Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I have a quick comment then with the question. Just being a veteran myself and then being in the space, I noticed one of the reasons why I think the broken soldier becomes a huge narrative is because oftentimes the stories that are shared are only shared of veterans who've deployed. Being a veteran who has deployed, I was fortunate my deployment was relatively quiet, but oftentimes those stories aren't always told. The stories that are shared are always the stories where there's veterans who end up who have very severe physical injuries or have some mental consequence of their time in war. And I'm just wondering why is it that we romanticize that so much where it makes it almost impossible for veterans' voices who don't have those those extreme situations, because the number of veterans who actually are injured in war is actually relatively low to the number of people who've gone and come back. And so I guess my question is how do we make a space that makes it where veterans who don't have these courageous stories, quote unquote, to kind of share, make it where they also have room and space in the veteran spaces, so then that way it's not like only one sector of veterans are having voices. So then that way it can kind of expand the idea of what a veteran is.
Right. The area where I think that's the biggest problem is actually within our military. I mean, I'm sure you've seen it. We tend to, in my experience when I was still serving, I would see that all the time, where we try to make distinctions about who had deployed, who had not deployed. And then we do the same thing when people deploy. Okay, what was your job? Were you on the base camp or were you going outside the wire? And that is because I would agree with you, that's not healthy. It's really not. What makes, I think, veterans special as a community is this idea of having these shared values and beliefs. And it's not so much what you did. It's not so much what you did, whether or not you deployed or not, whether or not you went to combat or not, whether or not you were a special forces or a special operator, or you were a regular soldier, sailor, airman, or Marine. The fact is you put on the uniform. And so because I know that problem is so embedded within our military community and within our veteran community too. It's in both places. Other than just keep talking about it, that's the only solution I have. But I agree with you. It's just not a healthy conversation because, again, really what makes veterans unique is the day they put on the uniform and raise their right hand. That's what makes them different. So at that point, they haven't deployed, they haven't gone to combat, or they made a decision to put that uniform on and raise their right hand. That's what sets them apart, and I think it makes them unique. Again, it's not so much whether I see it with how many deployments did you have, and then when you have the deployment discussion, it's well, how long were your deployments? We get into this contest that's just not helpful. So, but my only solution is we just got to keep talking about it. Just got to keep talking about it and raise it and raise it up.
I just want to see if I can switch gears a little bit. You mentioned making the connection between a veteran and the services that you guys provide. What other avenues do you think that we can look for as a community to kind of bridge that connection? And have you or know of organizations that kind of reach out more to local VFWs? As a person who visits with my mom on a weekly basis, I sit down and I speak to the men and women there, and they do have the stories that you're talking about. Mm-hmm. And a lot of them aren't very good stories, but a lot of them are. And some people are still looking for employment and for ways to kind of get into the community, even though they're not students. Do you have any recommendations, or have you guys looked into the local VFWs at all?
Well, we from a Dixon Center perspective, we usually start there.
Okay.
We usually start at the community level because our philosophy is every community is different. Mm-hmm. And so there are some national organizations that do great work. I mean, VFW obviously is a national organization, right. But I think a lot of their impact, rightfully so, is measured in their chapters, right? Right. At the community level. Yeah. So that's a great model. Again, an organization like the VFW, American Legion, AMVETS, mm-hmm. who have this national reach, but really their secret sauce is what happens in these individual chapters in these communities, because every community is different. Again, too often we try to come up with this one comprehensive solution that addresses every single community, and that's the wrong answer. I would just say continuing to reach out to those organizations, and it can be like the VFW, the American Legion, SVA, Student Veterans of America. I was talking to Terrell, they have a chapter here, and I'm sure that the chapter here at the University of Chicago is different from the chapter, say, at University of North Carolina. That's my alma mater. Right. I'm sure the chapter, because they're dealing with different issues, because there's different communities. So I would just, I would encourage connecting with those chapters, and also kind of some of these larger national organizations as well. Okay. Can be very helpful.
Okay, thank you.
So, and just one thing, this was one of the things I brought from Erin's discussion this morning. You know, a great resources or a great place to go to find all these resources is the VA. It is there are tons of resources out there, but it's, as Erin pointed out, it's the bureaucracy that kills you. Trying to find them, that's another question. I know they're there, but trying to find them. If you said, look, find this great caregiver resource, and you gave me a computer and the website, it may take me a while to find. I know it's there. It's just a matter of finding it. But there's organizations like the American Legion, like VFW, what we call the Big Six veteran service organizations. They have people specially trained to help veterans navigate the VA. So I offer that especially for the student veterans here at University of Chicago. If you've not ever talked to a veteran service officer that works for one of these large organizations, it's free. I would encourage you to do that because they can help you kind of navigate the VA. So I think I'm getting the hook. So, no, once again, thank you. Like I said, I always love coming to Chicago. I told Terrell I think I'm going to have to start paying city taxes. I come here so often. But I love what you guys are doing here at the University of Chicago, hear what you're doing in the greater city for veterans and their families. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Colonel. I still call him Colonel after all these years, so I don't think that it's going to ever break. So, but I just wanted to make a quick comment to the slide that Colonel Whitehurst had up with the different facets. So one of the first things I did when I came to the University of Chicago was to better understand the needs of the military-affiliated student community here. And you'd be happy to know that the 5 facets that we came up with actually overlap with those that the university also addresses. And it did include the occupational piece, Colonel. So in regards to occupation, I know that Morales spoke about it. I think a couple other speakers spoke about not every veteran wants to go into a 2-year or 4-year program. And speaking to programs like the UMAP, which I've had the privilege of working with Rick Passarelli, Navy veteran, Liz Belcaster, Colonel Whitehurst over the years to grow their program, and I'll do a little bragging for them, that out of 1,200 total gas utility workers in the city of Chicago, 700 of them are veterans due to this particular program. But another great partner that plays a great hand in these types of programs is our very own Department of Labor Vets. So I'd like to invite Mr. Julian Purdy, the Chief of Staff for DOL Vets, to come up and give us a different perspective for student veterans who may not be interested directly into going to higher education, but looking for those opportunities inside of the workforce. So Mr. Purdy.
All right, so just want to first say thank you to the University of Chicago, to the Robert R. McCormick Foundation for inviting the Department of Labor to participate in this important conference that celebrates the brave service of men and women who sacrificed to protect our great nation. Every service member who has signed on the dotted line, including those who cannot legally call themselves veterans, have sacrificed something to protect our nation, whether that's their time, their freedom of movement, the ability to be themselves, relationships in some cases, and their health in many others. And one of the things that I'm really passionate about is that all veterans have given up time in the civilian workforce and the ability to climb the ladder to serve our nation. And so that's why I'm really proud to stand before you all today as the Chief of Staff for the Veterans Employment and Training Service within the Department of Labor. And I want to go over this amazing capabilities brief that my team has prepared for you. But to their chagrin and probably their fear, I'm going to go off script for just a little bit. So please bear with me, because I want to give my personal perspective on the theme of why we're all gathered here today, and that's barriers to access. I myself, as a veteran, have faced many barriers to access benefits, services, programs that have been allotted to me through my service. But the one barrier that may surprise a lot of you is that my greatest barrier was myself. And I know this is a very provocative claim, but I will embark now on briefly proving this point. And so I just want to first by putting out a fact and quoting a study that came about in the 1940s. There was Kenneth and Mamie Clark who conducted a study of the groundbreaking doll test. And what they did, they took African American children and gave them two identical dolls, one white and one black. And the African American children, 67% of the time, preferred to play with the white doll. They also chose the white doll as the doll having the nice color, 60% of the time. 59% of the time, they said the white doll was the nice doll. Additionally, the majority of the black children also chose the black doll as the one that looks bad. This illustrates that from a very young age, we all internalize and act upon the racial overtones, the stereotypes, and biases that are within our society. While I was unaware of Clark's study when I joined the Army Reserves in 2004, I was keenly aware, growing up in Virginia, that our country was, and still, has an issue with prejudice and bias. I joined the military in the hopes that I could seek a refuge, because the military should be a true meritocracy, where the more talented you are, the higher you go up. And in most cases, that is true. But one underlying fact that is also true is the level of resistance that people face is different. I awakened to this reality soon after joining the military, when I witnessed an African American male whose mother died, and he found out 15 minutes before he got into formation and wasn't in the right state of mind, get kicked out of the military for having a bad reaction to a drill sergeant. I also, in this same command, was subject to over-punishment and not allowed to walk in my own graduation, even though I was never recycled in a first-time go on every task that was put before me. Yet, when my other battle buddies, not of my race, were given punishment for having a DUI in AIT, they were allowed to choose the severity of their punishment, whether they could recycle, get kicked out of the Army, or if they wanted, they can just go on extra duty. This to me was a very stark comparison to what I saw. But I had hoped this experience was a one-off, a reflection of the command and not the institution itself. However, I soon experienced other incidences that cemented this in my mind and showed that the military was a true reflection of our nation, good and bad. On my first deployment, I suffered a very severe reaction that caused my skin to literally peel off of my body. I was medevaced to Germany. I was told by the medical command there that I would be going home, but my command in Iraq, who I had not seen in over 8 months, decided to override my doctor's orders and bring me back to Iraq, which gave me the cause of my pain to serve my remaining month of my 12-month deployment. When I returned home as a reservist, I was jobless. I fell into a depression. I lived in my parents' basement, and I felt alone. I remembered going to the movies at one point. I watched The Avengers. There was one particular part where the entire theater cheered. And that was when Dr. Banner retorted to Captain America when he asked, "It's time for you to get angry." And Banner stated, "I am always angry." And I realized at that point, I was angry too. But I was angry for a different reason. James Baldwin said that to be black and mildly conscious in America is to be in a near constant state of rage. And I felt that, because it felt like nobody thought anything of me. And so I withdrew from the world, and I thought my value was not there. I just want to say, while I have the microphone, racism has a heavy toll on minorities in America. I often liken it to Atlas with the weight of the world on the shoulders. Peace of mind is something we cannot afford. And it makes life exponentially more complicated for anybody who is a target of that prejudice. And it only gets worse when we see folks vehemently fighting to oppose progress, diversity, equity, and inclusion. But I stand here today because my story has a happy ending. Not everybody does, but I was fortunate. I was given a hand up, and not a handout, by an amazing social worker in VA that showed me my bad experiences, while a trend, were not absolutes. He showed me that my negative experiences, while trials of persecution, were also proof of perseverance. He built up my confidence and introduced me to a community of other veterans where I can express my feelings freely and not internalize everything and take the weight of the world. With this newfound belief in myself and this new community and the resources I was accessing from the VA, I was able to enter into one of the most challenging work environments in our nation, and that was Congress, and I thrived there. And I stand before you today because community, mental health resources, turned my life around, but these other systemic barriers that I previously mentioned still exist within our society. And we must ensure that we recognize when someone is at risk, that we can provide culturally competent support to all of our nation's heroes. And so I was proud to join the Biden administration in February and lend my perspective to helping transitioning service members, veterans, military spouses reach their full potential in the workforce. And so I'll end my short tirade and begin my slideshow. So thank you for bearing with me. So who is VETS? VETS is a part of the Department of Labor. And what we do is we make sure all transitioning service members, spouses, and veterans are gainfully employed in the workforce. We are the voice of veterans in the American workforce. And we are the only federal agency whose mission is solely dedicated to making sure veterans are gainfully employed. I just want to pause here to show some of the demographics of the veterans that we are looking at and how we are making sure that the veterans in the workforce are being adequately fully employed. So, to some people's point that they mentioned earlier today, we want to get away from the broken soldier narrative. It is not charity of why we want to hire veterans. We are hiring veterans because it is a good business practice. They bring a wealth of skills that they've learned through their military service, and particularly soft skills that you cannot learn on the job. And those skills that they get from their MOS training are additional skills that they can lead to make sure that all organizations and companies thrive in their particular environments. So while we've been doing an amazing job to support veterans, we have some trouble, and that came with the COVID-19 pandemic. All Americans were devastated by this pandemic. But as you saw, we had some of our lowest unemployment numbers for veterans just prior to the pandemic, and then it spiked, just like everybody else. But as the country is now regaining and recovering, we must make sure that veterans are regaining and recovering at the same rate as other Americans. So how do we do that? We have 4 Ps, which our mission is to help prepare veterans for the workforce. We must provide them employment resources. We protect their rights through USERRA and VEVRA, which I'll get into later. But then we also promote to not only employers, but also to the training providers of why they should take on veterans and support them in the workforce. So I want to quickly go over some of our programs. One of our biggest programs is the Transition Assistance Program, which we are an interagency partner with the Department of Defense and the Department of Veteran Affairs. The Transition Assistance Program will allow veterans to get training in how to access their educational benefits, how to access the benefits through the Department of Labor and Vets, and the DoD benefits that they earn through their service. This training is a 5-day course. Currently, 3 days are mandatory, and there's 2-day optional tracks. DOL sponsors 2 of those 2-day tracks. But alongside those tracks, we at Vets are endeavoring to provide more resources outside of those 5 days. One of the tasks that we are piloting right now is the Employment Navigator and Partnership Pilot. We are piloting that pilot at 13 different locations across the world. And what we're doing is taking vets into a whole new level by saying, we are going to provide one-on-one career counseling for transitioning service members. One of the biggest problems that I had and that other veterans have is when you're getting out of the military, you don't know exactly what you want to do. You know what you're good at through the military, you know what your passions are, but how does that apply to the workforce? So this is why we want to have someone to talk one-on-one with the veteran, see how all of these things marry, and then give them a warm handoff to either a training provider or an employer who could get them in that space. This pilot started on April 1 of this year, of this year, and we're looking to see how this is going to go forward into the future. Also, what we provide is an online curriculum for military spouses. Military spouses are currently allowed to participate in the Transition Assistance Program courses, but those are usually space available, and they're also 8-hour courses throughout the day. So if there is dependent care or other employment responsibilities the spouse has, they may not be able to attend that course. So we provided a curriculum that's online, it's modular-based, but also we are providing it at times that are available for those who are living in the European theater or the Asia theater. So another curriculum that we are getting ready to launch is the Wounded, Ill, and Injured curriculum. As I mentioned with the TAP class, it is a 5-day course for those who are transitioning. That class usually starts 365 days out, and then the service member can take that as the command allows them and as they are willing to take it. But for those who transition unexpectedly, such as those who are going to be medically discharged, they may not have the luxury of having 365 days to take that course. So we are creating a new curriculum that is tailored to them, that we could also provide ad hoc as well, but also goes into resources and programs that they may need specifically to support their injuries, and also make sure that those service members are aware of ADA laws, so the American Disability Act, and what reasonable accommodations are. So that way, once they're on the job, they can get the resources they need and ask the right questions. We also have a congressionally mandated program called the Off-Base Transition Training Program, where we will take the TAP curriculum, modify it for those who are currently out, and provide that in locations around the country off active duty installations. And so with that particular course, we are going to eventually make it to more than 20 states and in more than 50 locations. We are initially going to start in 5 states and 13 locations, but we will offer some of these courses online as well, as we are fully building out to the congressionally mandated number of 50 locations. So outside of TAP, we also have a number of other programs. One of our big grant programs is the Homeless Veterans Reintegration Program, where we provide career readiness services for anybody who is experiencing homelessness or someone who is at risk of being homeless. And so that could mean if you're couch surfing, which I was, that can mean if you don't know how you're going to pay your next month's rent and you think you might be kicked out, you have access to this resource. What this resource will do is will provide you with intensive one-on-one training to make sure that you are job ready to enter into the career field. And this goes beyond just having a one-on-one conversation with somebody. If you need assistance to make sure that you can interview with confidence, they will support you. If you need assistance with completing your resume and having somebody review your resume, they will assist you. If you need support to make it to an interview, they will find ways to assist you. So we want to make sure that no one is left behind through our services. So this program also has 3 different sub-grants that really go to different communities. So one of them is for recently incarcerated veterans. Once you come out of the penal institutions, you can come to our services and get the same kind of training, because we know there are automatic barriers to seeking employment if you were formerly incarcerated. We also know that for those folks with dependents, there's additional barriers to accessing resources if you are near or currently experiencing homelessness. So we want to make sure that we can tailor the right resources to all these populations. So how this program functions is we offer grants to nonprofit institutions around the country to take on this work in those communities. I think it was said before, but when you are in the community, you know what's best for that community. So we are not mandating to everybody what is the national approach. We are reaching out and seeking partners for these grants so that they can do what is going to be best tailored for their community. And so as I mentioned before, we protect the rights of service members, veterans who are in the workplace. One of the ways we do this is through USERRA. USERRA is a law that ensures that individuals are not discriminated for their service or their affiliation with the armed services. For example, if a reservist or guardsman were to be deployed, when they return, they should be given either a similar, if not the same position, when they come back from their deployment from their employer. If that is not the case, they can file a claim with the Department of Labor, vets, and we will investigate their claim. We will work with the employer, we will work with the service member and veteran, and see if there is an actual claim, and if that is the case, we can forward cases to the Department of Justice, but it is our hope that we can resolve everything amongst us. Also, I just want to quickly mention the VEVRA. VEVRA is a law that states that all contractors must meet a certain requirement in regards to hiring veterans. So we get reports from all the contractors, and we review those to make sure they are meeting those mandates. If they are not, there is certain compliance penalties that they will face for not hiring enough veterans. So a lot of these records are available through the Vets 4212. So if anybody wants to look it up, if anybody is interested in getting more information about their particular employees, that is available to them, as it is a public record. So while I just mentioned all of the things that we are doing for veterans and service members, it would be remiss if we did not talk about military spouses as well. They serve alongside of our veterans and service members. They sacrifice just as much as well. So in vets, we want to make sure we take care of them also. So just to give you some quick demographics in regards to some of the spouses that we serve. I think there's usually a belief that all the spouses that are out there are female, which is not the case. There's a lot of female service members, and they have spouses who have not served at all as well. So we don't want to use the term when we talk spouses that we're only talking about females. We are not. We are talking about all military spouses and how we can serve them. So one of the things we do best is we have partnerships. And so we partner with Hiring Our Heroes. We partner with Blue Star Families. We partner with the National Military Support Network, National Military Spouse Support Network, to help inform our work and to make sure we reach the most people and understand how we can better serve the folks that we want to reach. As a bureaucracy, as a federal entity, we're not going to have all the answers. So we want to make sure that we are talking to as many folks as possible. So even if it's outside of the big six, as we call it for the VSOs, we want to reach everybody to ensure that our work is truly reaching and supporting everybody. And that is the same when it comes to military spouses. So one of the things that we do in support of military spouses is we actually house on our website a military spouse licensure tracker. And what that is, it allows military spouses who are working and gainfully employed, but with their particular occupation, they have a license or a certification that allows them to practice in that state. If they were to move with that service member, what does that landscape look like in that new state? Is that state going to readily accept that license or certification from the previous state? And so as we put this licensure tracker up, we found that many states realize that they want to do more for military spouses. And while we're not advocating for any kind of change, the change is coming because they want to be the best place for not only the military, but also for their families. So I'm really proud of some of the things we're doing around license portability. So I believe my colleague passed out some of the flyers, but for all those in attendance, if you go to our website, you can find this licensure tracker website and some of the other resources that we have for military spouses. So I will pause there and open up the floor for any questions about some of our programs and resources that we have available for veterans, transitioning service members, and spouses.
Thanks, Julian, and thank you for sharing the story, a very personal story. Thank you for sharing that. I have a question about the TAP apprenticeship program. I remember when this was rolled out not too long ago, very excited about it because, you know, a pathway into apprenticeships really is a pathway into the middle class. So I'm kind of curious. I think the pilot program has ended. I'm kind of curious, you know, there at DOL Vets, what was the feeling about the program? Is this something that maybe is going to continue in the future for transitioning service members, helping provide that pathway into apprenticeships? Thanks.
Yeah, so that's a great question. And I just want to quickly state before getting to the full answer that there's a lot of data that states that for those who are getting an apprenticeship, you can make $30,000 to $35,000 more immediately going after the apprenticeship than those who are entering the workforce immediately after a four-year degree. So an apprenticeship is definitely, to your point, a clear path to the middle class. So while the pilot did end, we used the lessons learned from that pilot to help inform us on the Employment Navigator and Partnership pilot. So some of the warm handoffs that I mentioned are two apprenticeship programs because we saw the value in that work and we want to continue it, but we did see that potentially we could do more. And so that one-on-one career counseling is part of that aspect of us doing more. So we definitely want to continue that partnership. Hopefully we'll have more outcomes in the near future, but we are always looking to partner with any apprenticeship program that's out there that is willing to take on our American heroes.
Julian, thanks for that presentation about all the DOL stuff. That's just great stuff. I just want to speak to your story at the beginning, and I want to say that's one of the most heartfelt, brave, compassionate, important things that I think I've ever heard anybody done and or do. And I want to tell you to keep doing that, because we've got to shine a light on this. We've got to keep talking about it. So I just want to shake your hand.
All right, thank you.
Jillian, thank you so much for the great information up here, and again, for your personal reflections. I had a question about the USERA dynamic. A 2020 Blue Star Families Military Family Lifestyle Survey study recently showed that 25% of National Guardsmen, and I'm currently serving National Guardsmen, I'm our unit deployment manager, and while I don't speak with that hat on right now, and we know that 25% of respondents said that they had incurred some kind of a negative consequence with their civilian employer for being called up to National Guard support. Whether we know in 2020 that support was far and wide, right? But I think it speaks potentially to recruitment and attrition issues with the National Guard, but certainly we see the consequence of that in higher education too. So dialing back to the USERA piece, what have you heard about any of that? Is the Department of Labor thinking about anything? I want to know why some of these guardsmen, 25% of them, report that they have incurred some kind of negative consequence, either a reduction in hours, a reduction in status at their organization, or job loss completely as a result of their guard service. And in light of USERA, how is that possible? So I'm just interested in your thoughts on that.
Yeah, no, that's great. And I think, you know, the sad thing is we have had this, the USERA laws for quite some time, but I don't think there's enough knowledge about the laws for folks to actively enforce the protections that they've been afforded by that law. So one of the reasons why I'm glad to be here today is to help bring some of that awareness about. But one thing we also have to be cognizant of, because to your point, with folks being called to serve on a number of different tasks over the last couple of years, whether it's, you know, to the border, to the U.S. Capitol, there's been a lot of non-traditional deployments that the Guard has been forced to face. And I think even more are going to come as, you know, we're getting into the hurricane season and making sure that our country's disaster preparedness is up to speed. One of the things about USERA we got to keep mindful of is we need to make sure that the folks who are going on these these deployments have their orders ready, and they are making this aware to their employers. So it's a bit of a conversation that should happen in advance with their employers, but then also before they leave, they should be aware of what are their rights that are afforded to them when they get back. So hopefully more folks who have tuned into this and know now where to go to look up the USERA rights. We actually have a great interactive program. It's called the e-laws on our site. So you can actually go through and click a number of questions and see, is your employer potentially in violation of USERA rights, or have your USERA rights been potentially violated? So I welcome all folks to go to our website. It's a great resource. It's pretty easy to navigate, especially for a government website. But awareness I think, is the biggest thing here.
Hi, thank you so much. So jumping on the USERA talk, this last year I've actually looked at probably about 700 higher education institutions and how they follow USERA. You know, USERA is pretty minimal, I would say. You know, it's a baseline, so there's a federal limit of what we can do, and there's some higher education institutions that go above and beyond, and that's where we get that military-friendly, military inclusivity that I think we're all aiming for, because some will do that bare minimum, even in higher ed, and say, oh, you maxed out at 90 days, sorry, your job's not available anymore, because that's our minimum. But some people will go above and beyond, so I think us in this room kind of being those champions and being like, hey, no, it's 90 days, but our institution, you know what, we're gonna make it 200. Or our institution, we're not gonna make it 15 days of paid leave, we're gonna make it 35. Or, you know, whatever it is that your institution can kind of afford and the resources there. So more of a comment, but also thanks.
No, I appreciate that comment because to your point, there are a lot of institutions that they go above and beyond when it comes to protecting and ensuring that veterans are welcome in their institutions. Not just educational institutions, but companies. There are some companies out there who will pay differential while folks are deployed. I think this is something I've been noodling for quite some time, but I think there needs to be a clear definition of what military-friendly means. I think in a few different places it has a few different meanings, but making sure that the inclusivity is there and the support is there is something that I would like to have a national definition in the near future.
So I'll start by saying thank you for sharing your story. When we share our stories, the power that goes and ripples is great. So keep sharing your story. That's very important. And I wanted to thank the Department of Labor of including caregivers in the ideas of developing some of those tools, because you pointed very clearly to having them online and having them accessible, not just in a classroom or for a certain period of time, is so important, because veterans, spouses, caregivers, we have a lot of things flying at us, and it opens up the accessibility to get that training that way. So I just wanted to commend the Department of Labor of thinking outside of the box and making sure that these tools are more accessible to the people that need them.
Thank you so much. And I would love to take credit for that. But it's definitely something that's come out of our partnerships, of talking to groups and organizations within the community, for us to know how can we make things more flexible so that people can actually use them. So I welcome, again, everybody to reach out to us, to engage us in conversation so we can make our programs and services that much better. All right, thank you so much, everybody. I really appreciate you spending this time with me today.
Thank you so much, Julian. Again, it takes a lot for a veteran to come up here and share those experiences. And here, as you guys know, at the University of Chicago, we've taken a very proactive approach. And again, for all of us in the room that have worked with veterans over the years, there are several of these types of stories. So here at the university, funny but true story, when I first came, I asked for 5 days of programming around Veterans Day. They gave me 3. So the next year I got smart and I asked for 7. They gave me 5, right? So what we do in those days around Veterans Day is, of course, to talk about veterans who share those experiences of having service-connected injuries through our Honor the Hurt series. We have a program that addresses deportation of U.S. veterans annually. We have a program annually that addresses women veterans. And of course, naturally, our Veterans Day, right? And our newly created program this year, where we had the Honorable Jesse White, the Illinois Secretary of State, and I will add the longest serving Secretary of State anywhere in the country, an Army veteran, and Judge Hooks for our first African-American program, Black History Month program for African-American service members and veterans. So as an African-American veteran, I've had some experiences in the past that were not favorable, but taking all of those experiences, including the LGBTQIA plus community, where we spoke with some of our students who served during that era of Don't Ask, Don't Tell, and how their experiences were, to amplify those messages. So thank you again for that, Julian. Next up, we have Dr. McPhee coming back up to speak to us about our measurement and evaluation. I did.
I think I've learned how to drive this thing, so we'll see how it goes. Again, please direct all critical comments to Terrell, and my contact information is at the bottom for the rest. So for just, this is a bit briefer, it's just sort of a 15-minute, chat. I want you to all just first think about something that you were trying to accomplish last year in terms of like a social change, either with your organization, maybe a psychological change if you work with clients. But what's sort of one thing you were trying to change with the work you did last year? You don't have to speak up, but just think about it. And then once you've thought of that, thank you, Terrell. And then once you've thought of that, I just want you to think through, how did you know whether you did that or not? Maybe think of a particular story. Sometimes it's helpful. I'll share a story in a second.
You want us to come up to?
No, just like think through it, and we'll sort of have a conversation. So I'm just running through a few questions first. Yeah. No, I haven't learned how to drive this. I'm more of a standard. This is a bit low input for my taste. There we go. All right, so for example, last year in my work, I facilitated trust building and reconciliation between former combatants and communities in Colombia. These are non-state armed combatants. So, that was sort of one thing that I think I did last year. So how about you in your work? And then think about how you know whether or not you did that. And then how would you prove that you know that you did that? So those are some of the questions that we think about when we're talking about measurement and evaluation. I'm probably the person you'll meet that gets the most excited about this topic. I just think it's really important in terms of just reducing the inefficiency of the spending on these kinds of programs out there. There's a lot of opportunity, I think, that's being underutilized, and my sense is that properly evaluating and assessing the work that we do is one step towards making sure that these changes that we're trying to do in our work actually happen. Right, and what we're trying to create in terms of benefits to society and the veterans that we serve and care about actually manifest. So in this instance, the work that I was trying to do was to facilitate trust building. Well, I think I did that because Maria, who's a victim of the armed conflict, and Miguel, who's a former member of an armed group in that conflict, well, they collaborate on economic development initiatives, and they're friends. So for me, that's sort of how I know that the work that we were doing in this particular center worked. But it's really hard to talk to a donor, to talk to the UN, to talk to the US government, to talk to USAID or NGOs and say, well, they're friends now, so our work did what it was supposed to do, right? That's not really like a legible language. And then how does the fact that they're friends in this setting, maybe make this a scalable or a transferable model to another setting? Oh, creepy. So then there's the question of, well, how do you report what the change was that you achieved, the sort of the understanding of the social or the psychological change that you were looking for? How do you report that to donors or to bosses or to agencies or government institutions? So the way that we did it, this was to both U.S. International Development Agency and also to a UN agency, is we said, well, there were 40 attendees in this forgiveness and reconciliation training. And we have some pictures here of people who went to the training who are smiling now. So obviously they reconciled. And we have one testimonial from a victim that says that I was mad and I hated Miguel and now we're friends. Which doesn't actually do much to prove that anything like reconciliation or trust building actually happened in this scenario. And this is something that I suspect might resonate with a lot of you who work in the NGO donor institutional level, where you're in this constraint where you're trying to produce these very complex psychological and social changes, and you have to somehow report those changes to agencies that don't really accord the time or the budget or have the bandwidth to do any kind of really sort of in-depth academic undertaking, but who need something like a filled-in attendance sheet, who need to know that it was 50% women and 50% men there, who need to make sure that all, of these particular identities were represented. But there's a big gap between how many people were present in an event one day and the psychological and communal well-being of Maria and Miguel, the former combatant. So what the work that we're trying to do in OMAC and sort of beyond is closing this gap a little bit. So between what we're reporting about what we're doing and what's actually happening. So this isn't necessarily a cynical view. I'm really trying to get out of that thing. This isn't necessarily, oh, there's the microphone. This isn't necessarily a cynical view of people are duping the system or taking funds and not spending it on what they should be. It's just an acknowledgement that what we want to be happening is happening out there, but the way that we're measuring it isn't depicting what's actually happening. So there's a gap between that. And that's the work that we're trying to do. And that's sort of when I made that call earlier on to share data, to talk about measurement, that's why. Because I think that broader conversations about this can really help to close that gap, and putting some good minds, the good minds in this room together to thinking about this can actually result in a much more accurate depiction of the lived experiences of veterans and also of the people who are working in service of them, and so often those are overlapping identity categories, right? So that's one piece. The other piece is what happens to people when they're being evaluated. So, sorry? Okay. So, Terrell, I asked you to take a video, right? I said it was for social media of the first 30 minutes of me, or for 30 seconds. I promise it won't be 30 minutes. First 30 seconds of me talking. What were you thinking about as you were taking that video?
First, Erin, I was trying to make sure I wasn't blocking people behind me. But secondly, how do I work this Android, because I'm an iPhone user?
Oh, we're going into this again. Did I not say 85% of the world?
And then how can I zoom in on Erin without missing the screen, the backdrop from the screen? How can I hold this still? Because again, this is much different than an iPhone.
And what did I tell you matters for social media videos?
The first 30 seconds. And being able to center.
Yeah, exactly. So he was preoccupied with what I told him. Thank you, that's perfect. Thank you for being the guinea pig in all of this. So he was saying that he was trying to keep the image centered, right? And because when I handed him the phone, I said, this is for social media, and the quality of social media is evaluated on how well you're actually able to keep the subject centered in the frame, right? And so the point of that is that we change our behavior based on how we know we're being evaluated. So if he had just been taking that video and I hadn't said that, maybe he would have done the same thing, but maybe not. Maybe he would have done it from there and maybe kept me on the side, gotten artistic, sort of an upside down around, sort of TikTok style video. But he did try to keep it in the center, and part of that, I hope, was because I said it matters for social media. And just the point of that is we change how we behave based on how we're evaluated. So let's go back to this. If I'm reporting, and I picked this example on purpose because I know it's not veteran related, but because it's really salient for this. So we had to report that we had 40 attendees for forgiveness and reconciliation training in this particular community that I was working in. Now, knowing this community, this is it's in Bastion, it's an informal housing settlement. It's sort of dirt floors, corrugated roof, no light, no water kind of place. So there's, there's a very high attrition rate for events there, and a lot of it is, if people find work for the day, they go because they have to. So we invited about 70 people, and about 20 people came. And that was a much higher attrition rate than we were used to. Now, we had already spent money on 40 lunches that day, which would only be reimbursed by the UN if we had a filled out attendance sheet for each of those lunches. So what we did, well, I was participant observer, but what the organization did was they then, after the training, they went around to all of the households sort of around the center and had 20 people basically forge attendance for that day. Now, it wasn't disingenuous. We had invited enough people so that they would come. Those meals actually went to people in the neighborhood who would otherwise not have meat for their children for that night, so they were not, it was not exploitation of the UN's resources. And again, Maria and Miguel were able to reconcile and build a very strong relationship that's lasted years since that session. So again, we accomplished what we were trying to accomplish, but what we reported in some ways was actually false, although the end result of it was what was intended. But we weren't capturing by our reporting mechanisms what we were trying to. And we had changed our behavior that day based on what it was we were trying to report. So that's just sort of this underlying point I wanted to make there. There are some premises that this is based on. I think most of that I've mostly covered in terms of like how we adapt our behavior based on reporting and how we might want to think about that as program and policy makers in how we design our monitoring and evaluation systems. The other only small point I'll make is With regards to the organizational studies component, so again, I have a little bit of a background in this, my sordid past in the private sector. So first of all, people just act differently in organizations and groups than they do when they're outside of them. So a lot of times, some of the work that we're trying to achieve gets confounded by the fact that maybe the organization itself isn't working that well, or maybe the team itself isn't working that well. And that's sometimes confused for flaws in the program design. So that's just something to think about as well. And then also this idea of inter-organizational collaboration or cross-sector collaboration is also something that requires sort of dedicated consideration in your design of the work, because it too you're bringing different personalities and timelines and political priorities together. So actually having explicit conversations about what it is you're trying to achieve as a collective and how different organizations can contribute in specific ways can also help to sort of streamline the service delivery process and result in a better depiction and understanding of what it is we're really accomplishing in this field. So here are some baseline recommendations that I would make. I think some of these I've already alluded to. One is just having the cross-sector interinstitutional conversations explicitly about how you're contributing, and that's at the team level, also to the multi-stakeholder policy setting level. The donor organization conversations, I think, about measurement and evaluation are very important. If you are funding or receiving funding, that these conversations happen at the outset. What is it you're expecting to see from this? How are we going to measure it? And do our measures align with what actually, let's say, me as OMAC, does what I'm measuring align with what you as the donor are expecting and need to fulfill your mission and the other programs that you're also funding? Again, just explicit conversations and having them at the beginning rather than having measurement and evaluation being something that just sort of gets tacked on at the end as an afterthought, which is extremely common. I will make one point too. So I have a colleague, Valentina Pellegrino, who's developed this concept of complying and compliantly. And she did develop this in actually the court systems in Colombia, but I think it applies to pretty much all institutional settings. And it's just this idea of ticking the box. I did this action in order to tick the box, to say I could tick the box. I had 50% of women in the event because we needed to have a quota of 50% women, but they weren't really engaged meaningfully. It wasn't really for them or whatever. So making sure that there are some kinds of conversations or structures in place to avoid this very human tendency to just do things for the sake of saying that you have done them rather than complying in the spirit of them. And then just sharing the data. I mean, I can't say that enough. There's, the knowledge that we generate at OMAC, that you generate in your own institutions. I mean, we all share the same mission. So just the extent that we can share data towards improving our delivery, our service delivery in this field, I think we only stand to gain from it as a collective. So I just wanted to keep that brief. If there's questions, I'm happy to answer them, but that was the main push. Yeah. Quick and easy. All right, good. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Erin. And now you guys know why she's my lead research associate, why I was so happy to have her here. It makes life so much simpler. I know we're going to put up a secondary slide here that I'm going to speak about, and I'm going to call someone out in the room because they deserve the credit. Currently here at the University of Chicago, we utilize the VELC model in OMAC, forgive me. This model was derived from a great researcher here in this room who was minus from us this morning, but Dr. Ansley Diamond. When I was actually doing my doctoral research years ago, I reached out to a researcher because I could not find any research specific to veterans transitioning into higher education that also spoke about the Transition Assistance Program, Mr. Purdy. And I reached out to Dr. Diamond, and not only did she save my life by allowing me to use her framework and her research at a very troubling time in my life. I was explaining it to Dr. Vacci earlier. I had lost 2 siblings over a 2-year period while I was going through my doctoral program. So a sister during the coursework, and then my brother during the dissertation phase, and I was completely lost trying to find this. But Dr. Diamond, you get an opportunity, as I promised, to see exactly how your work in the adaptive military transition theory played into the VELC model with my research, the Veterans Education Life Cycle Model. Those of us in the room understand the military life cycle model, where things are supposed to happen at certain points in your military career. In some cases, that doesn't always happen, right? But here at the University of Chicago, I spoke earlier about those 5 different facets of wellness, Colonel Whitehurst. So the intellectual, the financial, the occupational, emotional, and social wellness facets, where we spend tireless time trying to address these facets of wellness for military-affiliated students transitioning into the University of Chicago. But Dr. Diamond's model taught me to go further. Not just how do we get them here, right? But how do we support them while they're here? And how do we support them once they're no longer here? So transitioning into, through, and out of higher education. Giving you your credit, Dr. D, right in front of everybody. So phase 1, the initiation phase. Early initiation to career and academic goals, professional goals. There's a lot of organizations who do this work. The Warrior Scholar Project, Services School, et cetera, and now more universities, et cetera, getting earlier access, and specific to the Department of Defense, the Skill Bridge program. How do you get to that particular service member when he or she is looking to transition out of the military service and try to understand what they're going to do next? Phase 2, the intake phase, which we like to call a dedicated approach to understanding you as a person. And when you're dealing with veterans, as we've heard from some of the stories up here, not everybody wants to share those experiences with individuals who do not have shared or like experiences as them. So having a dedicated person or space or resource on campus to engage with that military-affiliated person, i.e. student, and understanding what they want to do when they're here, leads us to better supply them with the types of services in phase 3. So again, I've been doing this quite some time, but when you're dealing with a veteran who comes in and he or she may divulge to me that they have some type of service-connected injury, they may not know about the types of services that are on campus. We can't expect them to know. You can't expect them to know directly from the transition program. You can't expect them to know that from their education liaison at their posts, et cetera. And again, many of us in this room who went through the earlier versions of the tab, we were like, I just want to go. How do you get through this, right? So earlier access to those services, to putting those services in place for them. Early acclimation to the university culture is kind of what we're doing here. Here at the University of Chicago, I opened up our programming in a hybrid format. This is even before the COVID situation, but also just open it up in general so that the outside community can understand what this culture is like for a military-affiliated person whilst going to school or working here at the University of Chicago. Early introduction to the classroom environment. I want to say definitely places like the Honor Foundation, the Services School, and Warrior Scholar Project do a phenomenal job of this to ensure that, and the Ivy League Veterans Council, again, to giving them those opportunities, military-affiliated students, those opportunities to understand what that classroom environment is like. Whether you're going to need tutors, I think somebody brought it up earlier, where calculus or algebra may have been the last math class that you've taken, and it was 20 years ago. So how do you acclimate this student veteran, adult, who's been out of school for 20 years to being in a calculus class with a bunch of 18, 19-year-old, I could say children, my youngest is 19, so children, being inside of a classroom with them and understanding how to do calculus. That's a very tough jump. And then, of course, completion. I learned this at the community college level, where I had several veterans who did not want to leave the community college for some reason. I never understood it. They would be there at the community college. I'm working on my 3rd associate's degree, and I'm like, what are you doing? Why are you still, following those? Oh, well, I don't think I'm ready for the 4-year program. I'm like, what do you mean you're not ready? You've got 164 credit hours. You're more than ready. You should have been gone, right? Well, I don't know what I want to do when I leave here. Okay, well, what type of, advising did you get from your advisors, et cetera? But earlier access to understanding completion. It's not just about coming to the university again, but what comes next after you leave the university. Some of us may want to go into the private sector. Some of us may want to go into the not-for-profit sector. Some may look at postgraduate or graduate programs, not at your current school, but across the country. How do we prepare those service members, veterans, and their families for these next steps? Again, dubbed as the Veterans Education Lifecycle Model, thank you again, Dr. Diamond, from years ago, which allowed me to explore my inquiry more into the military-affiliated community. I thought I had a great grasp on it at the time because I've been doing it for a while, and reading more and more research helped me to better understand what it is that we need to do. So I'm very fortunate, and I'm a big admirer of all of you guys here in this room, but again, to have my own Dr. Diamond here who helped amplify me into this space, I'm very blessed, and I want to say thank you, Dr. Diamond, in front of everybody. Now, we have a little bit of time. We have about 5 minutes. I'd like to open the floor up for any general questions that we may have about any of the knowledge that we went over before our keynote comes on to the forum.
I'm not the most frequent flyer up here. That was great. It's funny, Dr. Diamond and I have talked so much about her models that when you were talking about the guy who's comfortable at community college, I was like, yeah, that's the latent arc. They're just stuck at the top. They're not ready. But anyway, no, you talked about SkillBridge at the beginning, and I don't know if you were talking generically or specifically about the SkillBridge program, but for those in the room, this may be a really good opportunity. So I'm a doctoral dissertation chair at Liberty University, and in January, I'm going to have a retiring Marine Corps officer who's one of my doctoral students who's going to serve for 6 months at the end of his career as a graduate intern for me for free. And how is it for free? He's still on active duty with the Marine Corps, and instead of passing out basketballs or making PowerPoint slides, which is a total waste of everyone's time, there's no compensation for it. But you can do this with industry, and you can do it with higher education, whoever's willing to give you an opportunity to develop some skills like that. So for those schools who may be looking for an opportunity like that, especially among your graduate programs, may be a perfect opportunity to give someone sort of an easy opportunity to split out and enhance your labor pool, which we're always looking for more labor in higher education.
Absolutely, and thank you so much, Dr. Vetch. We're fortunate to have us here. Oh, Candy. So Candy Tillman is the CEO and founder of 50 Strong, which I'll let Candy come up and tell us about it. But the university, I was speaking generically because we're going to speak tomorrow on the panel more about the SkillBridge program, but I'll let the expert here come up and tell us more about it. So.
I'm not sure about expert, but so we have a panel tomorrow to talk specifically about SkillBridge. 50 Strong is really about helping employers pull in really strong talent. SkillBridge is an amazing program for that. But I believe that specifically within higher ed, we have awesome opportunities for SkillBridge. And so over the last 5 months, I could name probably 10 different universities that are now SkillBridge partners. And so, high level, we'll save the fun for tomorrow. But I think, universities are really large employers, right? And so there are so many internal workforce opportunities, research for sure, but facilities, maintenance, right? All levels of opportunity. But certainly you all have employer partners because you're working with them for placement for your students. And so especially as we think about the local opportunity to serve the communities, right, that you're already serving, but to be industry partners, amazing opportunities for higher ed. So again, we'll talk more about that tomorrow, but thank you, Terrell. I really appreciate that. Not an expert, but just, please know that SkillBridge is still new. And so at this point, we're all kind of learning together.
Thank you so much, Candy. For some of us service members in the room, and this is definitely not a jab at the Department of Defense, it's definitely not a jab at the Department of Labor. This is because the knowledge should be shared amongst us so that we all can be better to help the transitioning service members. But my transition was much different. I went through a one-day, and I don't even know if it's the name of it, carrot class, which was an 8-hour crash course because I came home on a Red Cross message because both of my parents were terminally ill. So they had to put me in something. It was a 1-day, 8-hour crash course. And I was supposed to learn about transition from a 1-day, 8-hour crash course. However, inside of this course, I spent the first 4 hours twirling my thumbs, talking to people next to me. We went to lunch, and I came back from lunch, and the presenters at the time brought me up to the front of the room, and they were very apologetic, and I didn't understand why. And they said, well, Terrell, we didn't realize we had somebody in the class that was getting an honorable discharge. So this course was created for people who were getting kicked out of the military. So I'm assuming there was nothing to explain to them. But then when I dove deeper and started doing my research on the transition program, I learned of some of the challenges of service members not being able to attend TAP within that year window due to constraints by the command, life situations, et cetera, that when they got to that moment of going through TAP, it was, I'm just gonna check a box. Yeah, I just wanna get out of here, right? Even with your medical physicals when you're transitioning out of military service, how many of us remember your medical physical when you left? You're like, oh, nothing's wrong. Nope, because I just want to get out of here, right? And a lot of individuals check those boxes just to leave so that they did not have to be held behind for physical or whatever the case may be. And that unfortunately happens too often in the active duty space. And again, the DOD, we can't expect them to address everything. Like we can't expect the VA to address everything. We can't expect the Department of Labor, which is why this community type style organization to share knowledge, researchers, et cetera, is needed. The Department of Defense does a great job at preparing and fighting and winning wars. That's what their job is, right? But it also is that we must assist them, we as the higher education, industry, et cetera, assist them with those transitioning service members who choose to leave the military at that point, whether it be 4 years, 10 years, 20 years in their career. And I just want to see, okay, so now up, I want to be able to introduce our keynote for today, who knows a thing or two about breaking down barriers. I had the opportunity to reach out to Colonel Gadsden, Gregory Gadsden, United States Army retired, a while ago about honoring the hurt and their heroes, which is a series that we created here at the University of Chicago. Now, Colonel Gadsden, I'm a big fan of the documentary that he did with, at the time, Congresswoman Duckworth, now the Honorable Senator Tammy Duckworth, A Debt of Honor. And I used this inside of every classroom that I taught at City Colleges to talk about veterans with service-connected injuries. So I reached out to Colonel Gadsden, asked him if he would be willing to participate in our program this past August called Honoring the Hurt and Their Heroes, which Teresa was also present, to speak about service-connected injuries, the impact that it has on the veteran, their families, as well as their caregivers. Not only did he say, Terrell, oh, absolutely, not a problem, but there was no charge. And that right there was a big piece. So without further ado, I think we had Colonel Gadsden. So, sir, thank you so much for joining us.
Well, good afternoon, Dr. Terrell. Do you guys hear me fine?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
All right. Yep, absolutely. Well, I appreciate the introduction, and I'm really glad and excited to be with you all as we take a look at veterans issues on the eve of Veterans Day. So many of us that have served have visible and invisible wounds, and they're nothing to be ashamed of. It's really part of it can be part of the occupational hazard of service to our nation. And so with that said, I really want to thank you all, veterans out there, for your service. As Dr. Terrell said, I am wounded from this unique perspective. I guess you don't notice it, but I'm a double above the knee amputee. I was wounded May 7th of 2007 during the surge that President Bush directed to Baghdad. On the 7th of May, my vehicle was interdicted by an improvised explosive device or roadside bomb And the injuries ultimately caused me to lose both of my legs. In fact, at Walter Reed, the doctors had to take my left leg to save my life. And I actually made the decision for the doctors to take my right leg. Now, I don't say that as a point of bragging or a point of pride, but ultimately, I guess I understood and appreciate that it was about moving forward. My right leg was never going to work as it was intended. And because I was already missing my left leg, I really just sort of calculated or surmised that my quality of life would be better as you see me here sitting in my wheelchair today or in my prosthetics. It was not only a traumatic experience for myself, but it was also a traumatic experience for my family. And so one of the things that I sincerely believe that our society doesn't have a true appreciation for is that of our families, because my injuries changed the whole dynamic of my life. I eventually, after my injuries, I eventually figured out that I wanted to continue to serve. I say with a little tongue in cheek, but at this point in my career, a lieutenant colonel with 17 years, I didn't really feel like my runtime was what the Army was paying me for. That was not my value proposition. And so utilizing a continuation on active duty policy, I actually applied and was eventually approved to stay on and continue my active duty. And one of the things that I did, and really kind of to my surprise, and I say to my surprise is I honestly have never truly enjoyed school. Perhaps I've appreciated, but academics has never been one of my strength points. But I knew to work myself back into life, I needed something to do. I wasn't ready to assume official duties and responsibilities because I was still actually going through surgeries out to 15 months past my initial wounds. But I needed, as I say, I needed something to do to work my way back into life, to assess my own capabilities, to improve myself, to better myself. And I, on a whim, I asked the Army if I could go to grad school. And be careful what you ask for. But the Army, in fact, approved and allowed me to participate in the JCS intern program as a much senior officer than would normally be allowed at Georgetown University, where I worked on a policy management degree. And it did so many things for me. First of all, it allowed me to kind of assess my own capabilities and start to figure out how I was going to maneuver in my life, what my new mobility limitations and constraints were, as well as what my possibilities were. It gave me a focus, and it gave me a mission that that didn't have other people depending on me. In other words, if I failed, if I did not succeed in grad school, the only person that it would have hurt would have been myself. And so in 3 semesters, 3 consecutive semesters, I was able to complete a policy management degree in May of 2009. I had deferred to War College, and because I had just completed a master's degree, I did not want to go back to grad school at the Army War College, and I was fortunate and blessed to be able to participate in the Army War College Fellowship, where I was a fellow at the Institute of World Politics in Washington, D.C. So again, for the next year, I was a senior fellow, interacting with other military officers as well as civilians at a graduate school for national security. When I completed that, or just before I completed that, the Army finally approved for me to stay on active duty just a few months short of 3 years from my initial wounds. And I would assume the duties of the director of the United States Army Wounded Warrior Program. In that job, my responsibilities were about transition. The Army created this program for our severely wounded, injured, and ill service members with a 30% disability rating or higher. And the reason we created this program was twofold. First, at this point, because of the length of the wars and the casualty rate and the casualties that were mounting up, our VA at the time was not prepared to deal with the transition issues of our service members. And the Army, as well as the other services, followed suit in creating transition programs for our most challenged, wounded, injured, and ill. And so my mission began to focus on the transition issues of that population that the Army Wounded Warrior Program supported. And having transitioned myself, transitioning back into continued service versus being medically retired, I felt that I had a significant appreciation of the challenges of finding yourself, of reinventing yourself. These injuries can be catastrophic and devastating, but at the same time, they can open new paths and create new opportunities that you could have never envisioned. And I wanted to be able to be an example, to share my story, and really guide the Army, challenge the Army, challenge our private and civilian sectors on how they could assist our veterans in transitioning. And and so, what kind of brings us here in this discussion? Look, you all are listening to me. I would assume that most of you or all of you are working on your higher education, and that's to be commendable. Our contributions are yet to come. I challenge our private sector and our public sector to create the next generation, the next greatest generation, for those of us that have served in uniform and sacrificed so much, not to be given anything, but to have access to opportunities where we can share the talents of our education and our deployment experiences and our service in the military, so that our country can benefit. And so that is our challenge. That is our challenge in society, because so few of us serve. They certainly understand what our military is or what it does, but I think in general they have a poor understanding of who we are, what our service is about, and really the value proposition that we can have given the opportunity to be a part of their workforce and contribute. And so I believe that we've got a tremendous amount of work that has to be done in that arena. Lastly, what I want to really kind of I guess close with is that we all are aware that we've now put Afghanistan in our rearview mirror, and it will be easy for our leaders, our politicians, our public put it in the rearview mirror as well. But those of us with service-connected injuries, particularly those involved in deployment or combat, these are lifelong. These are lifelong injuries, and the sacrifice is lifelong. And I think it's incumbent upon us to redouble our efforts in sharing this message with our public, and sharing that the needs will continue to grow, not diminish, as as Afghanistan becomes more and more in the rearview mirror. And to this point, this is absolutely strategic in nature. It's strategic in nature because if our society, if our country does not do right by our veterans and their families and the service that they provided, I think ultimately we will undermine our ability to defend our way of life. We will undermine our ability to have an all-volunteer force that is willing to put it on the line for our nation, for our citizens. And so these are a multitude of the issues related to service and sacrifice in support of our nation and from our veteran force. And so I challenge all of you veterans to be leaders in your own way, in your own, please don't be bashful about sharing those experiences, because there's a lot to learn, a lot to share with our civilian populace. So with that being said, I would really like Dr. Terrell, or Dr. Terrell, I'll open up the floor for any questions.
Hey, Greg, I don't know if you can see us, but Sam here, Sam Whitehurst, great to see you again.
Yeah, I can't. No, hey, Sam, great to hear you. For a minute, I thought that I was, that no one heard me. How did I get through? Okay.
No, we have a little bit of a walk up here to the microphone. So,
okay.
No, it's great to see you. And I have one comment and one question. First of all, I want to echo your comment about let's making sure kind of your challenge to all of us, and not just to veterans, but to Americans writ large, that as we start to put some of these conflicts in our rearview mirror, the importance of staying focused on supporting our veterans, especially those who have been wounded, because as you said, those those wounds are still there, and there'll be continued challenges with those. And our country, we do have quite frankly, we have a checkered history, whether it's World War I, World War II, Vietnam, where we do tend to start to forget a little bit as those conflicts start to fade in our memory, start to forget about our veterans and our wounded veterans. So I echo your challenge that let's don't let history repeat itself in this particular case. My question is, you talked about at the beginning about the importance of family. If you could kind of share with us your experience, your family's experience, how that has made both you and your family more resilient as a result of your experiences, and as you have gone through this.
Right. Well, thank you.
It's great to see you again.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't see you though. Well, I believe that our resilience is built up through not just tough times, but really just sort of living up to the proposition of being your best. Going through tough times can certainly accelerate a resilience. Sam can probably reflect on that as a Ranger School graduate. You build some resilience very quickly. But unlike this situation for my family, it turned our lives upside down. My kids, my daughter was a freshman in high school. My son was a 7th grader in middle school, 13 and 14 years old. And they were pulled out of school, from Junction City Public Schools outside of Fort Riley, Kansas, before the end of the school year. And taken to Washington, D.C., where I was in the intensive care, and they didn't know whether or not I was going to make it. And so just very, very disruptive, especially at their age. Again, my wife, as a school teacher, had to put her life on pause. And eventually, I would, over the course of 2 weeks, I would lose my legs and eventually get out of ICU, and we had a future that, I say not any of us could imagine. To say it was uncertain, not uncertain from the perspective of, life or death, but certainly uncertain as to how we were going to move forward and what adjustments that were going to need to be made. What I can say resoundingly, Sam, is that the unconditional love of my family is really was the basis of my cushion, was the basis of my resiliency that my family gave me. They didn't judge me. They didn't shy away from me. They were fine with seeing me out in public. And so none of the things that cross your mind when you're dealing with these, and almost in a selfish way, all I could do was focus on myself, which was, quite the opposite of, my experience, in 17 previous years of being married and having kids. It was quite the opposite. It was quite strange. But we got through it. We got through it one day at a time. We got through it communicating. We got through it because we leaned on and used mental health professionals, not only individually, but in different combinations as groups. We did not, the Gadsdens did not, conquer this challenge by ourselves.
Sir, thank you for your time and for being here for us. We really, really appreciate you. Can you say a little bit about, in that transition process, which sounds like including schooling was a little bit different for you, when did you start to get a sense of what your purpose was going to be, your why, and when could you start to articulate that?
Right. Well, great question. So once I figured out that I still had a little gas in a tank in terms of soldiering, I really wanted to continue to soldier. And I say, buy myself some time. I also realized that, unlike any point in my life, I needed to think about what was next. And I say that many of us in uniform fall short of thinking about what's next, i.e., after taking off the uniform. It's almost like we're guilty about thinking about life out of the uniform. Well, I had to, my wounds were the wake-up call that said, you've got to think about what's next. And so what started to happen, I can't say that all right, I want to give, I want to pay it forward, I want to be a communicator. It was almost an ask. It was an ask by the Army, and I did it with no real great vision or insight as if it was going to be something that I would do. But I started to realize that, my mission in life at this point in my career, however long I wore it, was really about paying it forward. it was about paying it forward for the next generation. I have a little phrase I like to use, that there's no more dragons for me to slay, no more mountains for me to climb, but I need to start laying the groundwork for the younger generation to be successful. Oh, by the way, just like the Vietnam veterans had done from my generation in the mid 80s. And so that became my mission. And my tool became my example, my voice. As I had to redefine what my capabilities were, I was willing to share that, just so that others could see that it could be done, not out of some look at me, this is what I've done, but literally not having a game plan except this, just to be my best every day, just to be my best every day. And so that is truly where I try to reside. I try to reside on being present, being my best, and honestly, just and having peace with that.
Thanks, Erin. One quick follow-up.
Yep.
With all that you have accomplished, if there was something that you feel was missing in your transition, or if looking through the rearview mirror, if I'd only have used this sooner, or if this would have been more, it would have helped a lot.
Well, so let me just tell you how, so my transition from the Army was almost 7 years, or about 7 years. So I literally, when I didn't put my uniform on, I knew what I was doing. I was already starting to do it before. And so I don't know that, one of the things I say, maybe a point of frustration, and every once in a while I do bring it up, and I was being able to take advantage of the Voc rehab program that the VA has. It has to really go to what my passion is, and my passion is photography, and I wanted to be able to explore that, through the Voc rehab program. Unfortunately, I got disapproved not once but twice. I'm not sure I really like the answer, but given that as an example, just make sure that you explore all avenues and all options that are available, and don't ever assume no is the answer. Make them tell you no. Look, these are hard-earned benefits that you have earned. And so, hold them accountable to make sure that you can take advantage of them. That's what I might do better in hindsight, with the Voc rehab program. I eventually just accepted no. And I believe in my heart that I just needed to keep pushing it. And every once in a while I do poke the bear on it.
Hey, Greg, this is David Vaki. Thanks for your presentation today. Sam brought up some interesting public perceptions in an earlier presentation today about the urban legend of the wounded warrior being broken, right? And
Right.
So kind of 3 questions for you. 1, did you ever consider yourself to be broken? 2, do you currently consider yourself to be broken? And 3, with your current physical situation, has it ever held you back?
Well, thank you for the questions. Yeah, and I say that in a way it might even be one of my pet peeves, and this is and I would encourage anyone that calls himself a wounded warrior to think about it this way. We're all warriors, and we're warriors that were wounded, but those wounds don't define us. They don't, unless you want them to define you. And I like to think that, you know, for 7 years after I was wounded, I got up and I went to work every day. And so how is that a disability? In fact, you might even, I used to consider it a hyperability, because I'm doing the same thing you're doing with less. And so, look, I wear my wounds proud, but that's not how I define myself. I am a warrior, and I happen to have been wounded, but I am not wounded, and I don't continue to be wounded. So was I ever defeated? I say yes and no. The yes part was that I did feel defeat. I did feel like giving up. I did feel like quitting. But the other side of that coin was that wasn't me. At the end of the day, as much as I wanted to quit, as much as I tried to quit, I just couldn't quit. It just wasn't me. And so that's when I turned into the wind and just said, you know, watch out, here I come. I ain't taking any prisoners. I'm going to live the day. And so that's where I talk about where I reside. I reside in the present, and I do my best to stay there and be my best.
Thank you, Colonel. This is Terrell again, sir.
Yep.
I think we're done with questions. I really appreciate your time as always, Colonel. Can't wait to see you. Bridget again wants me to reiterate that the gifts for your grandbabies are coming.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll keep an eye out for them. Terrell, Dr. Odom, it's I appreciate what you're doing. Look, I just say to the veteran audience out there, you couldn't have a better advocate. The energy, the intellectual curiosity that Dr. Terrell has is special, and I'm honored to be a teammate from the time to time for what you're all doing, Terrell.
Thank you so much, sir. Okay, thank you, everybody. It looks like we're going to be coming to a close for today, day one of the symposium.
You got to figure a way to somehow bottle that last 45 seconds. Greg's answer to that question, to the last question, that was phenomenal.
Yes, sir. It's always breathtaking. You know, I talk to him so often now. It's like, you know, it resonates with me, but it's like right there. But
again, that last 45 seconds to a minute, that was really inspiring.
Please, Colonel.
No, I was just saying
Oh.
what Greg.
Oh.
You got to figure a way to bottle that. That was his answer at the end there was really good.
Yes, sir. What is weird? I left my phone down there. So that's what I'm saying. You want me to address it now, Colonel? Is what you,
Oh, no.
shape it later for a video. Gotcha.
I thought it was really, I'm just making a comment.
Gotcha.
Really good.
He's such a phenomenal person. Again, he has more energy than I do. You know, when I picked him up when he was here in August, you know, and again, you know, our first instinct is to try to help. He's like, I got it. I can do this. I can do that. But we had a great time going around Chicago, telling him more and more about Chicago. He wants to visit my church, again, which for those of us in the audience, the church is where they filmed Blues Brothers, Women of Brewster's Place. It's 103 years old, actually 104, and we actually have 3 veterans that are over 102 years old there. Still got all the whereabouts about themselves, can't tell them anything. But tomorrow we'll start promptly at 9:30 with a panel discussion with Dr. Vacci, Dr. Diamond, and Dr. Morris in the back. Coffee and assorted refreshments will be here first thing in the morning at 09. Thank you guys so much for attending day one of the symposium. Tomorrow, same time, same channel at 9:30. Thank you.